What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
I see what I'm saying. No.
I just think timing is everything. Like, nigga, this it. This one right here.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big die. I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I probably due for a pitch die. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They gotta pay like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.
Good afternoon, man. Every day with the Moxie. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. It's Friday, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I know people were thinking that I was going to pop on at about another 20 minutes. But nah, I just wanted to get the notification going. We got a nice little bill we're going to get into today, and then whatever comes of it after that, it's up. It's warfare. So again, man, like the show, share the show, tell a friend, If you want to challenge the information, leave a comment. If you catching a replay, of course, anybody that's live that want to get to it, we can get to it. Just make sure you got your sources ready to have a real conversation about information. No more ad-libbing. You know what I'm saying? We've been letting y'all ad-lib a little too long. No more ad-libbing. You know what I mean? We're going to get to it like that. So, article dropped from a study out of the Journal of Nature regarding the facial features of what potentially the first modern human looked like that arrived in Europe and potentially mated with the Neanderthal. Now, this article is, as of right now, Um, behind a paywall in the Journal of Nature. Okay. It's behind a paywall in the Journal of Nature. You know anything about the Journal of Nature, it's gonna cost you, a few dollars to subscribe and be able to access the entirety of the article. But that's okay, because I know a lot of people can't read technical jargon, so it really doesn't do you a favor to even get involved in that realm unless you're about expanding your knowledge and knowing more. It's a light crew right now. So I want to say what's up, Sound Ghost. What's up, Ava? Our ballad was good. Ed 9x9 was good. Those of you who will catch the replay, peace to you all. And those of you who will enter in the chat sparingly. You can't just say what you just said, though, Sound Ghost. Even though I know what you're saying. Generally, I know what you're saying, but scientifically, there's no Africa at the time that this is occurring, or no thought of Africa at the time. These are just modern humans leaving where they're leaving and going where they're going. But I get what you're saying today, because we have a more clearer view. We have a better lens of what transpired. But you know what I'm saying? Pretty much. Yeah, that's the gist of it. But this is not new to us. This is something that we've always known. This is something that we knew going back. And I'm gonna tell you the actual breaking point for a lot of people, because initially in the conscious community, super pro black RBG folk, right? Speaking about SETI, right? Bang on the beast, cracker, cracker, crack, type talk. He was under the impression and belief that they're a mutant, they're something totally different, right? Like they were not human at some point. And it was a belief of the conscious community that, quote unquote, the Neanderthal is what the white people were. We weren't Neanderthal. That's what the thought in the conscious community was. Then it was like, we didn't mate with Neanderthal. That was an argument at one point in time. And then you had the Moors arguing about trying to be Berbers. And then Reggie, in the middle of the debate, comes out with a scientific article from 2017 that just says something about 2016. I think it was 2016 to 2017, whenever he had the debate. He came out with the article against the Moors. When that article dropped about the Berbers having Neanderthal DNA. So now you kept saying Neanderthal, 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 isolating the Neanderthal to Europe, to white people. And then Reggie turned around and flipped it and says, well, hey, people left up out of Africa that had sex with Neanderthals. So these white people that y'all keep on banging on, and saying y'all ain't a part of them, you just tried to claim the identity of the people who got it all in them. So we've been very ignorant in this community for quite some time to be quote unquote conscious. Think about what I'm saying. We've been quote unquote conscious, right? Quote unquote conscious. But we've been ignorant for quite some time. We didn't understand the dynamics of evolution, because a lot of people in the conscious community don't even really understand evolution, right? They look for the out. And that's part of the problem. So we can appreciate good science when it's released and and we can kind of go through and understand that some people aren't literate enough to comprehend what basically I've been saying for the past few minutes. But man, please like the show, share the show. I don't expect a lot of people in here today because I'm not banging on the abos in this particular juncture, but maybe in an hour or two, maybe I get to that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I do get to that. You never know. You know what I'm saying? There's this whole argument by our dear brother about brunette and what brunette means. And maybe I want to get into that and kind of slice that up. Then there's this voice from far away. It's making a little bit of noise, and he kind of pointing his mouth in the wrong direction. Might get into that. You never know. Are you talking about ignorance of science? It's always one person, right? They've been here the whole time, but because they was in their other phone, they weren't paying attention. So when they hear something, they don't know exactly what it is that they actually hear. But to give clarity to the comment in the chat, Black people in the quote unquote conscious community have been anti-science for so long, so much so that they isolated who Homo sapiens were on the continent of Africa and who Homo sapiens were in the European on the continent of Europe, right? Let's just say it like that, just in Europe, right? Because they labeled the Europeans Neanderthals, like that was a freaking insult to Europeans, right? And we must be this almighty different hominid species called Homo sapiens sapien that they were not. So they're ignorant. We've been, quote unquote, in this community ignorant for quite some time. So that's what I was referring to. And the community has been very much so anti-science. So much so that they started to develop their own scientific understandings. And you definitely don't want me to get into that. Right? You got Ali Muhammad, Polite, Inky, Divine Suspect, and a few other people that have been on platforms where everybody just shows up if the button get pushed because it's going to be some drama, but have been on those platforms talking anti-science rhetoric and then coming up with their own type of science. Just like the rest of them who are anti-science come up with their own type of history and existence, origin stories and shit. It's ignorant. So to be in a community is supposed to be conscious. We've been ignorant. Take it how you want it. All right, so I do see we got a few more people in the building. Appreciate those of you who are just now popping in and maybe participating in the chat. Before I get into the actual article that I want to get into today, please make sure that you like the show, share the show. It's very impromptu. I could have been minding my business doing something else. If I had the opportunity to do that, I would be, but I'm here and it's exciting news. So let's get right into it. For those of you who are catching. All right, let me share my screen. So this is the Journal of Nature article, and I'm going to give you the abstract only from this perspective, and then we'll move on. It says modern humans arrived. Hold on. I don't like being on the screen. Modern humans arrived in Europe more than 45,000 years ago, overlapping of 5,000 years with Neanderthals. Limited genomic data from these early modern humans have shown that at least two genetically distinct groups inhabited Europe, represented by Zlatykun Techia and Bachokiro in Bulgaria. Here we deepen our understanding of early modern humans by analyzing one high coverage genome and 5 low coverage genomes from 45,000 year old remains in Issenhol, Rheiness in Germany. One second. All right, and further high coverage genome from Zlatykun. Somebody was tagging me or something. All right. We show that distant familial relationships links the Rheiness and the Zlatykun individuals, and that they were part of a same small isolated population that represents the deepest known split from out of Africa lineage. Twofold. This is the significance of being in a position to even deal with this, is because for those people who want to challenge, like for instance, the out of Africa theory, explain this. You understand what I'm saying? Like, explain this. You're doing all this yapping. Explain this. Okay. So, Rheiness genomes harbor Neanderthal segments that originated from a single admixture event shared with all non-Africans that we date to 45 to 49,000 years ago. This implies that ancestors of all non-African sequenced to date resided in a common population at this time, and further suggests that modern humans remains older than 50,000 years from outside of Africa represents different non-African populations. All right, so there's a lot to swallow right there in the abstract only of this particular article. And for some people, they may never really grasp what's being stated, but hopefully we can make it clear for you. Very, very much so. All right, a few things to unpack. One, you got two unique individuals two unique individuals sharing something very similar, right? They're found in Germany, and they both harbor genomes from Neanderthal segments that originated from a single admixture event shared with all non-Africans that was dated from 45 to 49,000 years ago. So let's move on. Let's get to the nitty gritty. Let me know if y'all can see the screen. Should be able to see it. All right. Keep this image in your mind right here. This one. It says DNA reveals the face of most recent human to interbreed with Neanderthals. This is the face. All right, it says, according to the most commonly accepted theory, modern humans left Africa 60,000 years ago, mingling with Neanderthals along the way. This interaction left a legacy of 2 to 3% Neanderthal DNA in the genomes of people outside of Africa. However, the story of the first modern humans in Europe and the timing of their intermingling with Neanderthals remains incomplete. A study recently sheds light on this chapter, uncovering new connections between early European humans and Neanderthals. Understanding Neanderthals, the basics, which is unique here, is that Neanderthals were our closest extinct relatives, living alongside early modern humans in Europe and parts of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years. They first appeared around 400,000 years ago and thrived until 40,000 years ago. Unlike the stereotypical image of burly, brutish cave dwellers, Neanderthals were actually quite sophisticated. They built shelters, made clothing from animal hides, and even created art and jewelry, showing a level of creativity and culture that rivals our own. Physically, Neanderthals were well adapted to the cold climates of the Ice Age. They had robust bodies with strong muscles, shorter limbs, and wider rib cage compared to modern humans, which helped them conserve heat. Their large noses may have warmed and humidified the cold, dry air they breathed. Neanderthals also had larger brains than us, though their brain structure was different, suggesting they processed information in a unique way. Zlatkan and Ranis sites. The Zlatkan site in Czechia holds a critical piece of the puzzle. Archaeologists discovered a skull there, estimated to be 45,000 years old and belonging to an early modern human. Unfortunately, this individual's cultural and archaeological context remains unclear. Nearby, the Isenhole in Ranis, Germany, presented another mystery. This site, about 230 kilometers from Zlatkan, housed tools linked to the Lycopedian, Ranisian, Monowinchian culture, whoever the hell that is. But it was unclear if Neanderthals or modern humans created it. 13 bone fragments from Ranis had previously been analyzed and revealed mitochondrial DNA from modern humans. Yet mitochondrial DNA, a small fraction of the genome, cannot clarify their broader genetic relationship. Link between Zlatkan and Ranis. So a breakthrough came when a new study published in the Journal of Nature that provided a link between Europeans' first modern humans and Neanderthals. So, researchers from Max Planck Institute of Evolutionary Anthropology analyzed the nuclear genomes of 13 specimens from Ranis and uncovered genetic ties between Zlatkan and Ranis population. The bones from Ranis represented at least 6 individuals, including a mother-daughter pair and other distinct relatives. To our surprise, we discovered a 5th or 6th degree genetic relationship between Zlatkan and 2 individuals from Ranis, noted lead author Arev Summer. So peep this. Let's go to Max real quick. We're going to come back to the article. So I want to bring y'all over to the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. And I'm going to bring y'all on down here to the news release. So it says oldest modern human genome sequenced. Okay, and it gives a little brief boom bam about it, and then it gives you links to other information, and I'm gonna show y'all that in just a second. But it says genomes of 7 early Europeans showed they belonged to a small isolated group that had recently mixed with Neanderthals, but left no present-day descendants. Few genomes have been sequenced from early modern humans, who first arrived in Europe when the region was already inhabited by Neanderthals. An international team led by the researchers at the Max Planck Institute of Evolutionary Anthropology has now sequenced the oldest modern human genomes to date. The genomes were recovered from 7 individuals who lived between 42 and 49,000 years ago in Rhenish, Germany, and Slatic Czech. These genomes belong to individuals who were part of a small, closely related human group that first split off from the population that left Africa around 50,000 years ago and later settled the rest of the world. Although they separated early, the Neanderthal DNA in their genomes traces back to an admixture event common to all people outside of Africa that the researchers date to around 45 to 49,000 years ago, much later than previously thought. All right, so this is that what I just read, but this is the press release. And I already read the beginning because that's in that very first little thing, but this is the press release. Okay. Now it says after modern humans left Africa, they met and interbred with Neanderthals, resulting in around 2 to 3% Neanderthals that can be found in the genomes of all people outside Africa today. You heard me just read that in a recent article because they are the tertiary source, well, the secondary source, and they're using this information from Max Planck in parts of the article. So, however, little is known about the genetics of the first pioneers in Europe and the time of the Neanderthal admixture with non-Africans. So, not to bore y'all with rereading the same stuff, as you can see, they try to build an idea. It talks about the study published in the Journal of Nature. It says some of the similar things that we already see in the article, but then it goes on to say a little bit more that we haven't got to. So I want to make it easy for everybody. And I'm going to come back to our original article. All right, because this means that Zlaticon was genetically part of the extended family of the rhinos and likely also made the LRG type tools. But let me go back because I don't want to lose y'all. I know I didn't bounce around from one article to another, but it's all under the premise of how they have the evidence for these first people. Now, according to the study, the bones from rhinos represented at least 6 individuals, including a mother-daughter pair, and other distant relatives. To our surprise, we discovered a 56 genetic relationship between the Zlaticon and 2 individuals from rhinos, noted lead author Arie Summer, which goes back to what I just said. This means that Zlaticon was genetically a part of an extended family of the rhinos and likely also made the LRG type tools. The study also sequenced high-quality genomes from the skull found at Zlaticon and well-preserved male bone from rhinos, referred to as rhinos. These genomes represented the oldest high-quality modern human genome sequence to date. So, European with African traits. The Denovicen is older, and the Denovicen is in the is over there where the Australasians are, India, and East Asia, pretty much. The Denovicen is not over where the Neanderthals are. Since you claim to be Abo, you should have Denovicen genetics. Not Abo, but indigenous. Genetic analysis revealed that individuals from both Zlaticon and rhinos likely had dark skin, dark hair, brown eyes. This aligns with their recent African ancestry. By analyzing shared genetic segments, the researchers estimated that the population consistent of only a few hundred individuals dispersed over a broad region. Interestingly, the Zlatikow-Ronus group left no genetic legacy in later European or global populations. This small group represents a distinct lineage of modern humans that diverged early after migrating out of Africa. The Zlatikow-Ronus population coexisted with Neanderthals in Europe. However, their genomes showed no evidence of recent interbreeding with Neanderthals. This contrasts with other early human groups in Europe which exhibited such evidence. The fact that modern human groups, which may have arrived in Europe later, carry such Neanderthal ancestry, while Ronus and Zlatikow do not, could mean that the older Zlatikow-Ronus lineage may have entered Europe by a different route or did not overlap as extensively with the regions where Neanderthals lived, speculated co-supervisor K. Puffer. But here you go. And this is where I kind of rolled off the Max Planck article because this is right out of there. Although the early modern humans showed no signs of recent Neanderthal admixture, they shared Neanderthal ancestry from an older event. By analyzing the Neanderthal DNA segments and using radiocarbon dating, researchers estimated that this admixture occurred between 45 to 49,000 years ago. The results provide us with a deeper understanding of the earliest pioneers that settled in Europe. They also indicate that any modern human remains found outside of Africa that are older than 50,000 years could not have been part of the common non-African population that interbred with Neanderthals and is now found across much of the world. Senior author Johannes Cross remarked. First humans and Neanderthals in Europe. Coming in peace. Fuck out of here. This study offers valuable insights into Europe's earliest settlers. The Zlatikow-Ronus group represents a distinct lineage of early modern humans who carry traits reflecting their African heritage. Despite their similarities and interactions with Homo sapiens, Neanderthals eventually disappeared, likely due to the combination of climate change, competition for resources. Their story reminds us of our ancient relatives. And as you can see here, it occurred. But this is a little bit more than what we did where they pulled and extracted information from this article. And it goes on to say, these results provide us a deep understanding of the earliest pioneers of settled. As you can see, I just want to let y'all know that article grabbed information right here out of the Max Planck Institute. So when you're trying to get original information and things of that nature, you can grab that. You just have to, know where to look. You don't just stop at one source when you're trying to verify, substantiate that source. So you got to go get the information that is required. So the first the first to interbreed with Neanderthals was melanated goddesses in the chat. That image, and I'm gonna scroll back. That image, right? This image that is provided to us, I almost favor what melanated look like. I'm playing. She don't look like this. She don't look like this at all. But nah, this is but nah, she don't look like this at all. If y'all want to see it, y'all gotta pay me to see it. And that's big facts. But nah, man. So this is basically um, a drawing that was put together by Max Planck to constitute genetically what this person looked like that would interact with Neanderthals. And she is definitely, you know, this person is definitely known as what we know. So again, just a little brief synopsis. Just the picture. This is an illustration of the Zloty who belonged to the same population as Ronist individuals and was closely related to two of them. So there's a relationship there. And this all stems from the out of Africa. People leaving up out of Africa and mixing with Neanderthal. Here go your black Europeans right here. 49,000 years ago. Now, you have some people in certain communities, more so along the lines like the Abos, who are of the belief, right, that these Europeans who they love to hang this Neanderthal label on, more so AP dumbass, because he's illiterate. He hangs the Neanderthal link onto these people, then turn around and talk black Europeans. But you really ain't got black Europeans the way he trying to say it. Because there was a mutation that would transpire some odd years later that would lighten up a lot of the skin tone around that area. Oh, girl in the photo looked like an Aboriginal of Australia. you you could potentially be on to something as Homo sapiens sapiens migrated out, because you do have how do you do have some type of admixture that would occur before the Denovisan goes extinct. Um, and one of the justifications is from that is that they're not getting it from the Neanderthal, they're getting it from a Neanderthal Denovisan admixture with a Homo sapien. So something transpired there for you to have the features that you have. And I'm saying you, meaning that if you're a descendant of the first peoples that populated the Americas, you have Neanderthal and Denovisan genetics in you, and that is a clear indicator of modern humans coming into contact with those archaic humans, and as a result of that, along with the environmental pressures that exist that will wield slanted eyes or a little slight eyes, certain cheekbones, nose will look a certain way, and lips. Yeah. So if you didn't know anything about that, and maybe I said something new to people that didn't know anything about that before, so I'm gonna bring it up. I said environmental pressures. So I'm gonna bring up this article. All right, you should be able to see it probably now. Yep. Climate effects on human evolution. If you're very unfamiliar with this, I highly suggest you kind of back up out of a lot of the conversations that you want to engage in and understand the type of pressures around us that influences things. It says, hold up. It's like Cheddar and Shabaka with the Black European armies. Shabaka, what you talking about, bro? I'm confused. Vino, you have a question in the chat. And for those of you who are catching the replay, you can you can see the chat. But let me before I get into climate fluctuation, etc. Let me go to back to Melanated's question to Vino. So it's a good question posed to my colorist brother Vino, who sees something and labels something. And let me put Melanated's question on the chat on the screen for Vino. And she said, Vino, is that a black person Sean had up on this screen? That lady, was she black? Vino says, definitely. He says, definitely. He doesn't know. I think he came in late, so he don't know what's going on. Bruh, she is nowhere near brunette. Yo, this dude's a colorist. This dude's a colorist. Bro, you don't know nothing about who we got on the screen right here, bro. You just, hey, Vino, you just be jumping out the window. You don't know nothing. You don't even care. You just be jumping out the window. You just be jumping out the window, bro. Like, golly. All right, so just so you know, Vino, they're saying this is potentially the face of the most recent human to interbreed with Neanderthals. So the face that you're looking at is a rendition of what those first people would look like that interbred with Neanderthals. What up, Lucky? Yeah, that dude crazy. And right, it is definitely Midwest. Exactly. It's a painting. We don't, it's just a painting. Yo, it's crazy. It's a painting, bro. It's a painting, bro. He tripping. All right. So Vino, is this person black? Is this a black person? Is this a black person? Is all three of these faces up here, are they all black people? Vino, are all three of these faces up here black? What's good, bro? All them black. So real quick, I just want to kind of, because I know I mentioned environmental pressures and things of that nature. and some people aren't familiar with those conversations. The environmental pressures give us our features and plays on our variations of many shades of wheat, right, throughout the human population. The climate is essential to why some of us have wider noses or slimmer noses, slanted eyes or bigger eyes, smaller lips, bigger lips. In some instances, how our diets are a certain way. All of that has to deal with the environmental pressures of what humans have endured for quite some time, coming into who we come into and still do to this day. Vino said that everything that I showed up here are all black people. You remind me of A1 when he was debating Not a Coincidence, and he said that Abe Lincoln was black, George Washington was black, somebody else was black. He made, you know what I mean? And I came out with that parody. I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blickety, blickety, blickety black, y'all. I'm gonna have to play that for Vino. That's definitely what bro is. Running around here, he making everybody black. Anyway, so paleoanthropologists, scientists who study human evolution, have proposed a variety of ideas about how environmental conditions may have stimulated important developments in human origins. Diverse species have emerged over the course of human evolution, and a suite of adaptations have accumulated over time, including upright walking, the capacity to make tools, enlargement of the brain, prolonged maturation, and emergency of complex mental and social behaviors, and dependence on technology to alter the surrounding. The period of human evolution is coincided with environmental change, including cooling, drying, wider climate fluctuations over time. How did environmental change shape the evolution of new adaptations, the origin of extinction of early human species, and the emergence of our species, Homo sapiens sapiens? Hominid refers to a bipedal species closely related to humans. That is, on the human divided of the evolutionary tree, since human and chimpanzee ancestors branch off from a common ancestor sometime between 6 to 8 million years ago. How do we know Earth's climate has changed? How quickly and how much has climate changed? One important line of evidence is the record of oxygen isotopes through time. This record of, I forget the name of this sign, 18/0, or oxygen stable isotopes, comes from measuring oxygen in the microscopic skeleton and foraminiferia, or forams for short, that lived on the seafloor. This measure can be used as an indicator of changing temperature and glacial ice over time. There are two main trends: an overall decrease in temperature and a large degree of climate fluctuation over time. The amount of variability in environmental conditions was greater in the later stages of human evolution than in the earlier stages. So time, a million of years ago, and then you got everybody going on here. You got warm up here, you got that mild, you got that cold, you got, you know what I mean? You got all that right there. So this is the oxygen isotope curve over the past 10 million years. So you got organisms and environmental change. All organisms, we ain't missing not a one. Organisms encounter some amount of environmental change. Some changes occur over a short time and may be cyclical, such as, why am I always messing it up? Such as daily or seasonal variations in the amount of temperature, light, and perception. On a larger time scale, hominids experience larger scale shifts in temperature and precipitation that in turn cause vast changes in vegetation. Shifts from grasslands and shrublands to woodlands and forests, and also from cold to warm. climates. Hominid event environments were also altered by tectonic earthquakes and uplift, such as the rise in elevation on the Tibetan Plateau, which changed rainfall patterns in northern China and altered topography of wide region. Tectonic activity can change the location and size of lakes and rivers. Volcanic eruptions and forest fires also altered the availability of food, water, shelter, and other resources. Unlike seasonal or daily shifts, the effects of many of these changes lasted for many years and were unexpected to hominids and other organisms, raising the level of instability and uncertainty in survival conditions. I didn't put this in the link because I didn't know I was going to come and talk about environmental pressures, but I'm going to drop this link in the chat. And for those of you catching the replay, all the other sources are in the description. I actually gave you something that you could actually refer back to that can help build, they help you build on. What you mean a brunette tip? Huh, bro, a melanated goddess, what is black? She was a blonde bar. She was brunette. He said he goes by lookership, true to form. I'm reading the chat. Okay, so Homo erectus were really that dark in complexion, according to science. What hormones exactly created American Indians? Midwest, I just basically told you. The American Indians have Denovisan and Neanderthal admixture in them. But the Native Americans are East Asian and Siberians. And all, Siberians will run into the Neanderthals, and the East Asians will run into the Denovicans. This is why those Australoids, or those people down there that you were just mentioning earlier, Midwest, they have Neanderthal and Denovisan admixture in them as well. They're carrying that into the Americas. The first peoples, the Paleo Indian, genetically are carrying that into the Americas with them. And what I mean by that, and I'm going to keep it simple, is their noses, their cheeks, chin area, and lips. There are genome expressions and site locations that provide the evidence of such. Not all Neanderthals are short. Now you're good, bro. What's up, Savio? Correct. Neanderthals were the last to mate with Denovicans. Humans would never get to mate with Denovicans. This is why, and this is how people get their damn shit in them. And this is why you can't be, you can't be slow here. But environmental pressures played a whole part in our evolution as well. And you need to understand those environmental pressures. And you can kind of engage that. And this article does that. And this article also does that as well. You can see it on the screen, minus the pop-up. But it talks about that same thing, how human environmental pressures exacerbate disease. So this is another reason. And by the way, if it wasn't for viruses, we wouldn't even be who we would be today. And I think during our studies during the pandemic, we brought that information out according to virology, right, and immunologists on how we have all these different makeup of ish in us that helps us with who we are today. What up, 42? 42 says, are they really saying the ancestors for all non-African bottlenecked in Germany? I'm still stuck on the abstract. If I'm reading that right, it sounds insane. Oh, no, don't get stuck at the article. It ain't gonna be. Remember, it's two different. It's two different people. Let's hear Midwest make up something. But now, 42, I wouldn't get hung up in that shit. I don't think that it was just well, okay, let me put it to you like this. So think about the Paleo Indians who would go on to be the ancestors of the Native Americans, right? And you had two migrations from two groups of people that came up out of that group of people that had mixed with another group of people. Here they're saying that these people left up out of Africa, interbred with Neanderthals, and in these two different site locations, right, there was some distant similarities in their admixture. That's pretty much it. Man, you ain't got no question. I'll put the link in the chat in a minute, and we'll get to your questions in a minute. Nah, we might want to get to your questions right now because you look like a Neanderthal. Nah, just fucking rich. Mika, you don't run nothing. Hold on 1 second. Calling that lady a brunette is wild. It's crazy. Let me put this link in the chat too. My bad. I thought I did though. But I wanted to basically this is just echoing a little bit of what I read already, but it's a little bit more technical. And you know, y'all can read this to kind of fully understand, you know, get yourself familiar with how this stuff goes. I ain't pinning nothing. Well, I need to pin it. Pin it for the link. I go on YouTube and do all that. I ain't got time for that. Let's do it, bro. Call me when you get a chance.
What's up, Sean P?
What your ass want?
Man, I'm just listening. How you doing, Jed?
I don't start all that. I want everybody to show your face so they can see who you is.
Man, what's cracking? We in this motherfucker. Hey.
What's your question?
So, are these migrations of the Homo sapiens leaving Africa out of Africa theory?
These migrations outside of Africa are evidence of people leaving outside of Africa and intermixing with archaic humans.
Okay, most definitely. So yeah, most definitely. So this is where the Abos are saying they're the American Indians is in regards to that evidence.
No, the Abos are denying the evidence of out of Africa. They are
Okay.
saying that they've been here before the Native Americans been here. That
Yeah,
they
you know
all
the
that
only
they
reason sorry. The only reason I brought that up was because you know, they said that their ancestors were the oldest inhabitants of the Americas and they were black. They were darker than the Native Americans and things of that nature. The only thing I could add it up was the ancestors of the American Indians who did all that intertwining in Asia and elsewhere, but
no,
that
they're
was just my
not,
assumption, bro.
they're not intermingling with any of that. They are of the belief, right? They are
Yes,
of the
sir.
belief that some of them, not all, they are of the belief that black people been here, that they didn't migrate here, they been here and have always been here under the false pretenses of ignorance because they don't understand how humans had to migrate. I'm gonna give you an example of that. We have our brother from McDonald's,
Yep.
V Note in the building. So hold on, Midwest. V Note.
What's up? What's up, brothers?
Real quick, hold on, my brother. Real quick, I got a question for you. I got a question. You ready? You ready, V Note?
Yeah, what's your question?
Okay. Uh, where black people in America come from?
You talk about 2024?
I'm talking about black people in America. Where they come from?
Some people come from America, some people come from other places.
So the black people that come from America, where did they come from?
As far as like a certain region or kind of like the beginning of human.
The beginning of black people existence in America. Where did it come from?
I don't know exactly where. I
So
don't know exactly where.
so have y'all always been here?
Yes.
So where did y'all come from? If you always been here, where did you come from? How did you get here?
I don't know. But my theory is that the creator put humans in different on different spots of the earth, and within their environment, gave them as far as what they need to be able to survive. Because I don't think that uh certain people can survive on the same diet as other people.
You sure?
I mean, and live a long life.
Hey,
Uh,
Vino, I got a quick question for you. You said that you are the descendants of freedmen in regards to the Black Seminole, correct?
Yep.
So what you just said totally undermines their history, which their history is documented that they came from, or I don't want to be disrespectful, but pretty much that their ancestors came from Africa. They came to the Americas through slavery. So you undermine all that. Why undermine that, bro?
No, but I'm not undermining all that because I know that
I
that
mean,
all black
if
people
you
ain't got the same story when it comes to the Seminole thing. I know that certain people came later in the game, and niggas don't really know exactly where they come from. But before that, what I'm saying? I'm saying that black people was down in Florida and in the southeast areas.
the Guale and all them, Georgia coastline and all that, we know about that, but still we cannot undermine that. But we cannot we also we can't take Hernando de Soto's and everybody else's words out of context when they describe the American Indians with dark skin, dark hair, dark complected eyes, things of that nature. We know that there's different forms of copper color skin, but to take that out of context is it's unnecessary, bro. So doing that also taking that out of context undermines the real history of who we are as peoples.
And I understand.
What's wrong with the admixtures between runaway slaves and American natives? You know what I mean? Because, like, to an extent, slavery in the Indian country was not the same in regards to how the British did their stuff. So, I mean,
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, you just don't. You have. I know what you're trying to measure it against, but I wouldn't say that because a lot of the quote unquote civilized tribes adopted the European methodology for slavery.
Yeah, they did. In order to understand the game, yeah, they did. In order to play that game with the British, but what I'm saying is though, because I got I got a second great grandfather and a third great grandfather who are on the Freeman Rose of the Seminole, and I know their history. Where they come from, the Gullah history, all that stuff. They were cowboys when war was breaking out during the Republic of Texas. They were fighting with the Shawnee in Delaware under for Sam Houston, primary scouts. You know what I mean? For the Indian Home Guards, Indian Home Guard 1 and Indian Home Guard 2, Company C. Also, Company K, we had some Delaware Shawnee sharpshooters shooting with Seminole Creek. These people, I mean, is that indentured servitude? Maybe in some people's eyes, but you got to realize, like, I'm a descendant of these people, and I respect and honor what they were doing because, yeah, there was times, you got to look at Texas. There was a time when Sam Houston was fighting for the Confederates. Then he switched over to the Union. What about his primary scouts? You know what I mean? So, I mean, I can care less about the war stuff. Fact is, I'm not denouncing my history. I don't deny my history. I respect my history. I respect my ancestors. I respect my grandfathers at that. So to deny that and to undermine that, like Chief Siku Hajo Gento does, is inconsiderate. Turtle Gang, New York City, I don't respect him because he ain't telling the truth on his lineage. But he straight up barbecued. He barbecued Siku because Siku took that article he was reading out of context. He took a paragraph for self-benefit instead of reading the whole thing to the people on TikTok.
You don't even know what you're talking about right now. You don't know what you're talking about.
What am I not talking about right?
We don't know what you're talking about right now. You bring up Turtle Gang for what? To say what?
Oh, pretty much. He just did a whole clip, bro, on Siku Hajo Gentile taking.
We ain't seen what Turtle Gang did, so we ain't finna talk about what Turtle Gang did or did not do, cause we ain't familiar with what Turtle Gang did or did not do. So we want to keep Turtle Gang out of it. Our conversation is answering the questions that you said you had in the chat. Not talking about all this other stuff, but you said you had questions in the chat. And so I brought V-Note up because V-Note hopped on the link just to give you an example of where he said they come from. V-Note said they always been here. Then V-Note said how he got here was through a creator. End of story. We don't know what creator. We don't know the creator's story. We don't know none of that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you before I get off here. So I want everybody to look into what FANA is. Federations of Aboriginal Nations of the Americas. It is not respected by the state or federal recognized tribes, and they're no different than the Wabos. Turtle Gangs attached to them. The real Sandhill Mountain Neptune don't claim them.
Attached to none of that bullshit, bro. We ain't listening to that. Turtle Gang ain't got shit to do with none of that. That motherfucker's got African ancestry and indigenous ancestry. He's mixed. I ain't listening to none of that crazy ass shit you talking about. I don't know why you trying to bring Turtle Gang into this shit. I ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with what I'm talking about, bro.
My question, because when I kind of missed the first 20 minutes,
well, you need to go.
But I see that Okay, so what you're saying is that the first Neanderthals were were basically okay. So you're saying that they had that color, but they not black.
No, see, no, no.
Okay, let me see what you're saying.
Lady on the screen is a rendition of what based on genetics of what the first people who admixed with Neanderthals looked like.
Hold on. So you saying that that is okay? Okay, so you saying that that is the creation of? Uh,
Let me dumb it down. Let me dumb it down. The picture that I showed would be not the actual picture of the people that left out of Africa who mixed with Neanderthals, uh, but that is a potentially a potential view or perspective of what she and others would look like who left out of Africa into Europe and interbred with Neanderthals. Does that make sense?
okay, so peep this out. Are you saying okay? Do the science say that Neanderthals are humans?
Neanderthals are humans. They're
So what's the difference between? So what's
they're,
the difference between the two?
they're archaic humans. They're not modern humans. Modern humans are Homo sapiens sapiens. Archaic humans are humans, but they're not modern humans. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Let me
So what?
see.
So what were you trying to say that they like an ancient human?
Hold on, because you had a long pause, and I'm trying to get you to understand something before you start asking a barrage of bullshit. Archaic versus modern. What I mean by that, if you look at basketball, because you like sports, if you look at basketball in the 50s and the 60s, it ain't nowhere on the level of where basketball is today. So in modern times, we would say that's archaic compared to where the game is today, being modern. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, so you saying that
I need to understand if what I just said made sense.
hold on, man, I got to step away real quick.
Okay. If the analogy that I just proposed to Vino made sense to anyone in the chat, could you please feel free to let me know? I need to know if I am being able to connect the dots. Now, the picture is of the first people who left out of Africa. They're not archaic humans. That is a modern human. Based on the genetics of that person, it would be a modern human that interbred with the Neanderthals. That's why the picture was up there. The article reads one more time, just like the title does to this show. Okay? The article is the title of the show. DNA reveals the face of the most recent human to interbreed with Neanderthals. And it says, according to the most commonly accepted theory, modern humans left Africa 60,000 years ago, mingling with Neanderthals along the way. This interaction left a legacy of 2 to 3% Neanderthal DNA in the genomes of people outside of Africa. However, the story of the first modern humans in Europe and the timing of their intermingling with Neanderthals remains incomplete. You have to put it in total perspective. Shabaka says, my ancestors never made it with nothing but other African people. That's a lie. They say that Africans have no Neanderthal. Who is they? They never said that. That's a lie. There's no scientific source out there that says, or no genetic evidence out there, or population geneticists that said that Africans ain't, bro. Africans contain less, but they have some in them. There was definitely ancient swirling going on. So Shabaka, if you are of the belief that your quote, whoever your ancestors is in Africa, because you ain't told us who your ancestors were, you just trying to generalize the whole continent. Never mixed with Neanderthals. Yeah, you tripping. I'm gonna pull this source up and show you that you tripping. And I don't even know why I even gotta do this bullshit. Because we in America contain less than 2%. And you talking for the whole Africa. And we didn't already had this conversation before. That's what's wrong with the super black woke folk. They ain't paying attention. What are you talking about? You just, honey, Denise, you just talking. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You just talking at the moment. A new genetic analysis reveals that modern Africans have some Neanderthal DNA too. Humans migrating back to Africa brought extinct relatives genetic material along for the ride. So if that's what you're saying, then yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but you just, I guess, because you can't type it all at one time. So this is for Shabaka in the chat, thinking that Africans ain't got no damn
So like it's
Neanderthal in them.
okay. So is everybody on Earth Neanderthal before before the before the modern
If you
human left
well, you
Africa?
got it, but you just gonna come back into the conversation and then just start just interjecting.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Hold on, my internet must my internet must be tripping. Can you hear me, Vino?
Yep, yeah, but can you hear me?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I hear you good, but I think I was breaking
Okay.
up. Yeah, I can hear you. I think I was breaking up. I got too many tabs open. I'm gonna delete some of this stuff. What was your question, Vino?
So my question was, before the modern human left Africa, was everybody around Earth Neanderthals?
What? No, because you had you had the Novusons that were out there. Everybody wasn't a Neanderthal, bro. Listen, the Neanderthal population evolved outside of Africa. It didn't evolve inside of Africa. Neanderthals were outside of Africa, along with the Novusons. That is why we
So,
can't find the
but is the
Novusons
Africans the ones that
close quarters.
evolved? If they the modern?
Hold on, bro. I've come to an understanding of how the plane don't land when I talk to you. And then the reason that it's not landing when I talk to you is because you're not comprehending what I'm saying. So I'm slowing you down to help you understand that you just can't run off. You got to understand what I'm saying. So my point to you is this. There are other archaic humans on this earth. The two specifically that we are speaking to are the Denovisan and the Neanderthal. Those two admixed as well. You said was everybody on earth. Well, first of all, we don't have evidence of everybody being in the Americas. There's no archaic humans, which would be the Neanderthal and the Denovisan, or any other hominid species found in Canada, North America, Central America, and South America.
So what's the latest that they finding is the people? Okay, so what you're saying is the latest that they found is the people that traveled over here.
What? Hold on. Rephrase your question and ask it again.
Okay, so you said that the oldest bones that's in America is not from Neanderthals. It's from the modern and the Neanderthal.
Rephrase your question and ask it again.
Okay, so the modern is the African, right?
Okay, so let's go back to the drawing board. Modern humans is me and you. We're modern humans. Okay.
Okay, so time out real quick. So time out real quick because but you were saying that it's Africans that had the Neanderthal gene, but you also saying that the Neanderthal had.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me just get this off real quick. Let me just get this off because you're saying that the Neanderthals outside of Africa had have not transformed is the word, but I guess had evolved into something better. And my question is, okay, if they evolved into something better, would that be the modern?
Okay, see, that's all right. That's why I said hold on, because you're confused. And I'm not trying to confuse you, bro, but I'm not trying to let you also ask dumbass questions along the way. So what I'm trying to do is deal with you on your level. You don't know. So I'm trying to give you clarity. But every time I try to give you clarity, you ask another question and never comprehend the first answer that I just gave you. That's not how you have a conversation. You ask questions to learn, not to still stay stuck. So the Neanderthal and the Denovisan are older than modern humans. One more time.
Right.
The Neanderthal and the Denovasans are older than modern humans.
Hey, so where was the Noahsons at? Where have they been found at?
There is a modern human, which is called, quote unquote, Homo sapien, that precedes Homo sapien sapien, who is also called archaic. This is why I tried to slow you down. Okay. In the existence of Homo sapien, Neanderthal and Denovisan exist.
Okay.
Somewhere during the evolutionary process, when Homo sapiens sapien, which is us, modern humans, began to leave out of the continent of Africa and start taking over places, inhabiting resources and land, getting in these more specifically the Neanderthals' way, they began to lose their lives and their existence. We walked in their trap. We took over their trap. We left them trapless. It was a get down or lay down. quote unquote, called the survival of the fittest. We were more faster, agile, quicker, smarter. Everything worked in our favor. The Neanderthal was slower, didn't have the mobility, couldn't adapt to this new way of life. So you push them and they fade out, just like the Denovisan would fade out. So what I'm trying to go to get back to your point, you asked me a question. You said, so was there Neanderthals and Denovicans all over the world? And I said, no, they're not all over the world. Archaic humans and other hominid species are not all over the world because we can't find a single one from Canada to the bottom of South America. There's no evidence. And they've been looking.
So where is the evidence?
Oh, now we getting to peopling of the America, because that's where you're going.
Okay, right.
So now go. Did you understand what I just said though?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what did I say?
You said that it was a Neanderthal and the Dawsers or whatever they call, but they basically got wiped out by the humans, the Homo sapiens that came up out of Africa, and now we, I guess, getting to America.
Right. So now get to your question.
So what you're saying is that the oldest bone is basically a human bone that been found in Americas?
Okay, so the evidence that we have of the oldest evidence that we have of humans in the Americas is absolutely modern humans.
Modern, okay.
Us,
okay.
People that look like me, people that look like you, and that evidence for the oldest bones found in the Americas is going to put you at 18,000.
Where is the farthest oldest bones of Neanderthals or Dorsals that's far from Europe or Africa?
Somewhere in Asia.
In Asia?
Yep.
Okay.
Because you're gonna find like evidence of that among East Asia more specifically. That is why I said you have genetic traits, phenotypical traits of Denovicans and Neanderthals found in the Eastern Siberians, the Eastern Asians and Siberians, and the Melanesians down there in Australoid land.
So what's the difference between the Dovishas and the Neanderthals?
They have what's the difference? Genetically, they have different distinctions, features, DNA, of course. And what I'm trying to do is you're a picture person. So
okay,
if you look at someone's
so that's
lips,
why you're trying to say that environment pressure.
Yeah, environmental pressures.
So the environmental pressure causes. Okay, so the environmental pressure at one time caused a different Neanderthal that made the Saurian.
Pause real quick. I'm sure the way that I'm explaining this to him, that he understands that Denise, that the Neanderthals and the Denovicans are different. I clearly make that distinction when I say the Neanderthals and the Denovicans.
But what's the difference?
They're different species. Do you understand that?
As far as like a different type of human? Like
yes.
Like an older version of a human?
Yes, Denovicans are an older version. Denovicans come before Neanderthal.
Okay, okay, all
Neanderthal
right, okay, all right,
or
okay,
modern human.
okay, okay, now, okay, okay. So with that, okay, so that's why, okay, but we only basing this off of what's being found, right?
Lemay Bay. What about the work of Michael Cremo? Forbidden Archaeology is a pseudo book. Come on, bro. You gotta advance from that. Hold on, time out. I put the fucking link in the chat. So if you think that he don't know something and you trying to help him in his argument, hop your ass on the panel. The link's in the chat. The fuck are we doing? You telling me what you think he don't know. I clearly asked him a question. He says that he knows that they're different. Then he asks, how are they different? This is what I mean by this whole conversation. So if you want to help him, then go live.
Nah, man, I didn't say I knew that they was different. I mean, the only reason I said I knew they was different because you said that they was basically but
Let's
two
start,
different
let's start
people.
all the way. Let's start all the way over. How many different species of humans have been on this earth?
What? Well, I guess you got uh, whoever that is before the Neanderthal. Well, I guess you got two before the Neanderthal,
You
and then
guess?
you got the Homo sapien and the Homo sapien sapien, right?
Homo sapien and Homo sapien sapien. Just pull it up, bro. Pull it up.
I mean, I'm saying because we basing this basically just all off of what they found.
Look at the screen real quick. Just look at the screen real quick. Can you see the screen?
Okay, yeah. All right. Let's see. So that
No,
okay,
no, no,
okay,
no.
okay, okay, okay,
Just
okay,
hold
okay.
on. Just
Hold on,
hold
because you said that the
on.
martyr.
Hold on. Before you say anything, you gotta listen. Hold on. Before you say anything, my point is even highlighting this right here on the screen is the mere fact that there's evidence that has been detected of the human journey outside of Africa. And we all know that when humans left outside of Africa, the first archaic, or we'll just say the first humans that they would encounter that are more archaic human would be the Neanderthal. It would be the Neanderthal. The Denisovan is over in the cut, way away from all of this shit. We don't find Denisovans all over Asia like that. We don't. We ain't got evidence of that. We find them distinctively in certain pockets, which meant that when archaic humans went and these hominids went and these archaic humans went into these isolated locations, right? These isolated locations, they sat there. This is part of the pressures that I was mentioning earlier to you.
Hold
So
on, but time out. So you saying that the Neanderthals and the archaics had a migration?
there was never a Neanderthal on the continent of Africa living or evolving there.
But I'm saying if Neanderthal if the Dorsus is before Neanderthals and they more to the east.
Or need to get you caught up to reality if you don't know the basics of human evolution.
But you kind of breaking
So
up a
what
little
I'm
bit.
going to do is I'm trying to do my best job to microwave this big ass existence. I know. but it's
But
hard
just
to
answer these
educate
questions.
you
Just
on
answer
the
these questions. Just
history
answer these
of
questions, and we're gonna get
archaic
straight to it.
humans if you don't understand evolution. You can't get it. It's not microwavable, V note. You can't microwave the
I'm
conversation.
not
You're
trying to
asking a
microwave it.
complex
I just got
question,
specific
and then
questions.
you want a microwave answer. You don't even,
No,
but you don't know about what you're asking.
I mean I got some type of ideal. I
You
just
don't know
don't
the
know
answer to the
a A
question you're
plus
asking.
answer, but I got an idea.
No, you don't know. You don't. I'm telling you that you don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I'm
So how could you
asking you
formulate questions about something that
because you said
you're
that.
not listening? Think about what I'm asking. How could you ask questions about shit you have no idea about, and then when they
I
explain
do
it to
have
you,
a.
you
What you
still
mean?
don't know, but
How
you're
we
gonna
don't know
continue.
about? How we don't know about cavemen and the so-called migration and all that type of stuff? But my
What's an
question was,
archaic human?
but that's a
What's an archaic human?
is before the modern human, right?
What is an archaic human?
It's an older version of the modern human, right? A dumbed down version. Hold on,
Hold
I gotta
on,
step
man. Let me
away real
stop this
quick.
shit for a
Hold
minute.
on, I gotta step away real quick.
Okay, go ahead. I really should have restarted my computer before I even went live. Golly, bro. I don't even know how to get here. I think you're trying to bait me. I'm not taking it. I'm at peace. It's not. What you mean is I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. You just in the chat talking. If you feel, listen, you talk to this nigga. You talk to him. I'm too advanced to talk to him. I'm 20 years removed from that conversation to keep going backwards. You try to make it simple, they don't understand that. So it really doesn't matter. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me start sharing my screen. I don't even know why. I'm still, let me know if I'm still breaking up. Turn to a retarded preschool teacher. Bro, it's painful. Painful. I'm trying to stop some of the breaking up. Give me a second. You know, learning. Y'all just give him time. No, he ain't. He ain't learning shit. And I don't know why her dumb ass keep on thinking that he is. You don't start asking questions and then go right back to the same stuff that you already been corrected on. Period. And it ain't this conversation. It's a whole lot of historical stuff that he claimed me interested in that he keep going back on and having that same uh retardedness. That's not how you learn. You don't do that. What do you want? What do you want, Denise?
Oh, no, but okay. I was talking. My mic was muted.
Exactly.
Okay,
Obviously.
because I was.
Obviously.
You got a problem.
Unmute your mic.
You
Say
have a
stay.
problem, sir. Okay. No, Vino wasn't understanding that the humans didn't evolve linearly, like in a line.
We ain't
So he
even we
kept
can't
asking you.
even go
No,
there.
look, he was asking you if Neanderthals was there, and then the environment made them turn to Denisovans. You didn't hear him say that, so you kept
No,
going, and I'm like, he wasn't understanding that they were two distinct types of humans
I
that
didn't hear him. I didn't
came
hear him at
together.
all. And it could be my computer, but I didn't hear none of that. And I probably kept going because he kept on talking, and I'm trying to get him to understand one thing, and he keep trying to chop up. But the environmental, no, my whole thing about the environmental pressures has everything to do with our phenotype, our and certain genetics that we have. Those pressures, the environmental pressures give V note that wide ass nose he got, them arched eyebrows that he has, his lip textures, cheek, chin features that he has, his ears, his fingers, his toes. Those are due to pressures, due to the environment. And I said that earlier when I talked about environmental pressures. I ain't said anything about people evolving from those environmental pressures. People are, when you're adapting, those mutations occur due to environmental pressures. And I don't think that and you can't, okay, so the conversation is different if he has a basic understanding of evolution, because then you don't have to keep going back, and then you don't have to keep saying this or trying to say that. Like that's why I'm trying to separate modern humans from the archaic human. And then I'm trying to tell him that there's three different types of archaics. But I only use two because if I would, it would. If you unfamiliar, you're gonna be like, "What?" You got Homo sapiens and you got Homo sapiens sapiens, two separate. The Homo sapiens look just like the goddamn Neanderthals and the Denisovans. But what he can't fathom is that how did they get to where they got to? They're mutating and adapting. Outside, you had hominids that predate them that would go and inhabit these in these other places. Those hominids that go out there now are interacting with one another, and then you're mixing. They don't know who they're having sex with or what they're having sex with. It just looks similar to them but different. Like,
Right, but wouldn't by default abos believe in evolution because they think that aboriginals are archaic humans?
well, no, they don't think that. They don't. I don't think that any abo thinks that they're archaic humans. I think that I think that they think that they are humans like me and you, but they don't understand that when we say what we're saying based on evidence, that they must be a different species.
Nah, but you saying that the modern human is just from Africa, correct?
See, see, everybody on planet Earth is are descendants from people that left up out of Africa. So fundamentally, everyone is African.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you before it was a modern, were there Neanderthals in Africa?
And I told you the answer to that question, that Neanderthals weren't in Africa like that. They were in Eurasia. This is where the Neanderthals are.
So
They're in
he's asking for the origin of Neanderthals, basically.
No, I'm asking for the origin because
Of Neanderthals.
uh,
You're asking.
a Homo sapien got to come from somewhere, right?
see,
Homo sapiens came from out of Africa. Well, what we know is Africa today, right? So
Okay,
what
so
you're saying is,
basically,
where
what
did
you
the Neanderthals start? Since they were never in Africa, that's what you're asking.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is just the evidence is saying that these people started here.
Which group of humans are you referring to? Are you
As
from
far,
these
as
people?
far as the Homo sapiens that's in Africa.
Okay, so first, let's start in Africa. All right. The reason why we start in Africa, because not only its diversity, but the fact that we have every hominid species is found in Africa.
Hold on. Okay, so what you mean by hominid species?
Okay. There's different types of. Why you laughing at them?
Cause Vito, bro, like what is going on, man? Come on, bro. You
Thank
don't know
you.
what a
Thank
hominin
you,
is?
Nahisi. Look, Nahisi. Keeps it simple. Homo sapien is an African species. Neanderthal and Denisovan is not.
Okay.
Nahisi need to
Okay.
release his book
All
because
right.
probably
All
can
right.
teach you that.
Okay. All right. All right. I
Do
mean,
you do you understand what species mean?
I understand, and I understand that it sounds all debatable.
Now hold
It's
on. So hold on. Let me ask you this: is a French book? Well, no. Let me not say a French bulldog. So is a dog the same species as a cat?
nah.
Okay. So if a dog and a cat are different species, right? Why come Homo sapien and Neanderthal, that same logic doesn't apply to Homo sapiens and Neanderthals? They're clearly two different species.
They different, but it's like with different type of dogs.
What?
You know, like a dog and a wolf.
Listen to me. A dog. This man said a dog.
It is like a dog and a wolf. I don't know because
I mean, I'm saying, but they both coming from the same type of
no,
origin, right?
but
But they
John,
not the same thing,
it's hard. Yeah, it's hard when you saying a dog and a cat because they can't mate,
right?
You're right.
right?
So
So
yeah.
when he's
So-
saying like a dog and a wolf,
okay. So
coming
yeah,
from the
let's
same
use your analogy: a dog
same
and a wolf.
line, but they're not going to be able to, I don't
Right. But
know.
no,
Yeah,
my
you're
point. My
close,
point
you
is
know.
that different species. Well, I wasn't even trying to just talk about mating per se. I just wanted to get the fact that they're just separate species.
But you saying that the Neanderthal and
Yeah.
the modern had
Hold
sex
on. Hold on. Don't you have
and
the
they made people.
okay? Have you ever seen a dog and a wolf mate?
Nah, but I'm pretty sure they have did it before.
No, I'm asking, have you ever seen it?
No,
But do you have any evidence of them interbreeding and something happening from that experience?
yeah, I think that's where they got the Huskies from. Lightweight. I don't know exactly. I could be very offbeat with that, but yeah, I'm thinking that they done played around with these dogs, so I'm thinking they done made it everything.
But that goes back to what she just said, right? By using a dog and a wolf, you can use a dog and a wolf because a dog comes from what?
That's what I'm saying. But I don't know the whole breakdown of the origin,
Hold
but I
on,
know they gotta have some type of origin
hold on.
together.
Dino, hold on. Denise, where does a dog come from?
Huh? Oh, wolves. They're
There
in the
you go.
same line.
Vino. So Vino, that's the reason why she said use that analogy because they can mate.
Right.
So the wolf would be the Neanderthal, and we would be the dog.
And okay, so that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? For the dog to still be able to mate with the wolf, so they still got to have some type of connection. But the
Correct.
but the
All
but the
I'm saying,
dog is more.
All
That the
hominids
dog is more modern. But you saying that the wolf ain't really never been in the area where the dog come from?
Does the wolf have to be in the environment of a dog in order for them to intermingle?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
What you mean for them to intermingle? They ain't got to be around each other. What?
No. Does the wolf have to be from the same environment as the dog for them to intermingle?
Nah.
Right. So because our species is in Africa, and the Neanderthal species is across not too far from Africa, but right outside of Africa. When we walk out, when you open your door and walk out and go across the street,
But y'all saying that the dog come from the wolf.
right, Nahisi, they're subspecies of wolves. So
It's
this
like,
this goes back to my point. You're not trying to understand because you're full of questions. So at a basic level, I'm trying to reach you. I don't know. I don't know if you get it. I don't know if you can get it. We're trying to figure out how a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien can mix. Is that what you're trying to get at? Or are you saying
Nah, man, I'm just trying to figure out how, if the Neanderthal was before the human, and they would spread it out to where I guess they was doing some type of migration to where it's different type of archaics because they popping up in different areas. So, man, I would think that it would be different type of humans popping up in different areas if it was different type of archaics.
Oh no,
yeah.
you don't get paid to think, you know. That's the first thing. If you're trying to understand something, you gotta be willing to try to understand something.
I am. That's why I'm fucking with you.
Okay, so at a basic level, you can't even be reached at a basic level because that's what I'm saying. You gotta have
I don't know. You probably not a good teacher.
Not to you, because you.
I don't know, but I need the advance, man. I need the advanced teaching, man.
You gotta go back a little bit more.
No, I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
But Sean, because the way, because he doesn't have any knowledge of anything
at all. I understand that. That's why I said he can't get in the conversation yet.
He can't. Yeah, he doesn't understand.
It's not serious knowledge because it's a theory.
They never were around each other.
Hold on, time out. Did you just understand? Hold on. Did you just hear what he said? Did you just hear what he said? No, don't say it again.
I said it's not simple, but knowledge because it's not common. Hold on, damn, I forgot what I said.
You said it's not common knowledge because it's a theory.
Yeah, right. Right.
Brother, do you know what a scientific theory is?
That ain't fact. You said that it's based.
You know what a scientific theory is?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't. It's based off facts, but they don't have all the facts.
No, what is a scientific theory?
It's based off facts.
No, what can you tell me what an actual scientific theory is? It's not based off facts.
It's based off a whole bunch of tests.
No, say this with me real slowly. A scientific theory is an explanation of facts. Say it with me.
Okay. It's like I said, it's facts, but what I'm saying is that they don't have all the facts.
No, listen.
Repeat it.
Nah, you might as well. Nah, it ain't gonna happen.
Listen to me close. No, it's not to belittle you, bro.
That's what it is. Because I understand what you're saying.
Because you're trying to say the same thing, but you convoluting yourself.
No,
you know. That's an explanation of facts. It's just a simple way of saying exactly
The
what you were
simple
saying
way to put it,
in
bro.
like 15 sentences.
How
It,
how how
it,
is my question? How is my question not qualified if he's saying that archaics that it was different type of archaics popping up? So my question is, why wouldn't it be different humans popping up across the earth?
all right. Thank you. Now we are at your dumbass question because humans aren't popping up just like different archaics aren't popping up. They're not popping up. There's breeding that is going over throughout time that is creating these different species at the moments leading up to Homo sapiens evolving and then leaving and dispersing and intermingling or coming into these archaics that was still in existence. So on the screen, I'm just trying to just leave it because I'm not trying to confuse you. But just on the screen, the Neanderthal lived 400,000 to 40,000 years ago, bro. Fathom that. You can't fathom that, right? So just on a minute scale, I think it was Denise that probably came in the chat, or a female came in the chat talking about the height of the Neanderthals, talking about they were short people, right? They were short people, 5'5", females 5'1", males maybe 143 pounds, females on average 119 pounds. This rendition right here, you will call this a black man right here. But this rendition is something that they recreated for that sake to put a face to that. But now that you got to understand, that's why I wanted to go somewhere with this, but you have to understand that Neanderthals wasn't popping up all over the world. They were not, right? And so before them, you had other different species. Do you understand that? You had, okay, not other species. You had other hominids that predated the Novicens and the Neanderthals. They were in certain spots all over. But you have this interbreeding and all of these different things going on. So I want to go back to this simple term, Vino. If you take a dog and a wolf and you breed it enough times, you can breed the wolf out of the dog, but the dog is still going to carry the genetics, a small portion of that admixture in that dog. It's no different than humans. No matter what we do or say, like people was like, especially us over here, because we're unique, our experience due to the Holocaust that we endured makes us an amalgamation of something that's not so isolated here. We're an amalgamation of different West African tribes of people. We don't have the pleasure of being isolated, and we basically integrated with one another and procreated with one another over and over to maintain that wholeness as our ancestors who left the continent did and came over here in the Americas. But my point of even saying that on a basic term, what I'm saying is people have sex, whether archaic or modern. The more you continue to do something, the more you continue to build and develop. These build and development is going to lead to isolations or people migrating into these isolated parts because they want resources to live and do all of these things. So they were spread out. And as they spread out, they potentially run into these other group of peoples that they really don't know. These people run into these people and they get to mixing and mingling. But ultimately, they were unable to do all the things that the modern human could do. Therefore, that leaves these little pockets of spaces and opportunities for us to get rid of them. And that's basically what we did. We infested the earth. Not a negative way, I guess. You could say in a negative way, but we infested the earth. And we were able to do things that our counterparts could not do for their survival, as it was for other hominids that predated them.
Okay, so what you're saying is that so bring it up kind of close to this time a period, I guess a little bit. Um, so the reason that there are straight hair people than an African that would have a tight curl is because
Don't even say African. Just stick to let's
the modern.
take it at nope. Let's take all of those terms and set them aside. Let's just deal with people. You just mentioned straight hair. What would cause a person to have straight hair?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If the original human is from Africa,
There's no such thing as an original human.
Well, the Homo sapien, right? The modern human, right?
I don't think it just went over your head. My bad. Okay, so the modern human, the oldest evidence of modern humans is found where?
In Africa, right?
Correct. Now, where else on the continent do you find the oldest humans?
You talk about on the continent of Africa?
No, in the world.
In,
Where else can you go and find a modern human, the old ass modern humans?
Well, what they say in America, I don't know, but they say in everywhere that they've been finding bones everywhere that they got crazy numbers on them.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Where can you point me in the direction of where they found the oldest human bones in Asia, in Europe, in India, in the Americas?
What's the time frame for the oldest? Like, what qualifies for be the oldest? The time frame?
What is old considered to you? Is 100,000, 200,000 years old?
Hold on, but let me step away real quick. Hold on, let me step away.
Go ahead, Honey Clark. You see how this is what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to like slow it down so it doesn't expand somewhere. And every question is an expansion. It's microwave. It's like F all of that. What about this? You don't even understand A, but we at fucking K in the alphabet.
But I don't know. I don't even understand your question. Are you asking what were the oldest human bones found, or the oldest bones of each thing found?
The oldest human remains found on Earth.
Okay.
We're talking human remains because his argument is that he's been here, that they didn't migrate nowhere, that they've been in these pockets and places before the European brought their asses to these pockets and places. If that is your argument, then you got to have evidence. You don't have any evidence because every time it comes back to the evolution, it comes back to evolution and people's migration out of Africa. They do not know anything. Vino has told us that a scientific theory ain't the facts. And then you try to correct them on that to say the scientific theory is an explanation of facts. And he ain't understanding that. So there are facts. And then he says that, but they don't have all the facts. What do you mean they don't have all the facts? There's no explanation for that. So where do you get the idea that the scientific community doesn't have all the facts when we've already said that on the continent of Africa alone, which is the most diverse, we have every hominid that has discovered every different species. I'm gonna say it like that: every different species on the continent outside of what we got going on with the Neanderthal. But you kind of get that. When it comes to bones, what is Lucy? What's
You
Lucy?
said what is
Yeah,
she?
what's Lucy?
I don't know. She one of them other ones, like Australopithecus. No, what is she?
Australopithecus.
She's not a. She's an Australopithecus. Oh, I was
By-
right. Hey, 2
Yeah.
points for me.
What is unique about an Australopithecus?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
I think
Vino is going
a
to take
Homo
us from
erectus.
first. Vino is going to take us from first base to 25th base.
Don't
And
bring up Lucy. He gonna go crazy.
in between all of that, is the explanation on why he's wrong. And he ain't got time for that. Because he doesn't have just a basic understanding of the evolutionary process.
Well, he doesn't understand the origins of Neanderthals for sure, but because if you have no foreknowledge of any of this, and you say that we all share a common ancestor, everything comes out of Africa, but Neanderthals were never in Africa, then his brain exploded because he was confused on how they were never
Yeah.
in Africa, but they had mixed and they're from Africa.
Right, but everything doesn't necessarily have to be from Africa to have origins in Africa. Like the European, did the European evolve in Africa?
And that's what was my question is
No.
how did these people come about with straight hair?
Hold on, I'm having a conversation with her.
Okay, my bad.
Finish. I asked Denise a question and she was trying to answer the question. I said, did Europeans evolve in Africa? Her answer was no. Where did they evolve?
In Europe.
Right. So that would be they evolved outside of Africa. Just like the Denovisan could evolve outside of Africa. Like the Neanderthal could evolve outside of Africa. But their origins would bring them back to Africa. Because whatever evolved in Africa leaves out of Africa. The out of Africa theory, the way that it has been put as an explanation of facts, is regarding to us, modern humans. But it goes further back than that because it also explains the other hominids. And when we try to confuse it, to keep it as simple as that, and we try to confuse it and start to question that tree branch, then that's where the effery comes into it, because we can't simply digest what was just said. We just said that Europeans who we know today, white people as we know today, who we label as Europeans, they didn't develop and evolve in Africa. But they're every bit of who the people were that came out. But my point is that pigmentation that we keep talking about is unique because it has an origin place. What I mean by the white skin gene. And not only that, blue eyes. Did that develop? All right, here go the good question for you, Denise. Did the blue eye gene develop in Africa
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but I think it was 2 of them. But either way it goes, it didn't involve in Africa. It was 2 of them because one of them was, you know, Melanesia. They had a different blue-eye gene than the one in Europe.
Are you sure?
I don't know. We just did this in the chat. Somebody just argued this. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think so.
I mean, it's okay to be wrong. And it's also
I don't
okay to
know.
say,
I think
I
so,
don't
though.
know. Okay. So let's get back to your point because you said y'all was just arguing this in y'all chat. More than 1 in 4 people. What?
Because I'm reading it. We had 2 different answers. So.
You got 2 different answers. Albinoism developed in Africa.
But it
There
still
are.
says.
Hey, how do you explain the blue-eyed Africans? This ain't a good article to explain anything. But
I don't know
how
how
do
to
you?
explain the blue-eyed Africans.
But do you know
And
who
what
I'm
does that
talking
have to
about?
do with?
No, I'm just asking in general. I'm just
Oh,
asking in general,
okay.
right? Because an albino is an albino a European?
No.
Right. Right. So OC2
But is
Asian.
that a blue? I mean, but is that a blue-eyed gene though? When somebody's albino, like is that?
No, no,
I
no, no, no,
understand
no.
that they missing the
Yeah,
color,
that's
but it's like their
but albino.
hair and their
Right.
eyes.
Right. No, no, no. That's not gonna take away from anything like that. The point is that we gotta be because there's some people on the continent of Africa that got blue eyes. And there's been an argument about it. So there was an old article that maybe you might find, which is called One Common Ancestor Behind Blue Eyes. And it's a live science article. Maybe I might get into that. But I just want to get into this real quick before we get back to him. All right. So the OCA2, that's what we're dealing with. I'm finna pull up the source. What up, Thurman? Ah, shit, y'all can't see my screen. My bad. Okay, so here we go. Provides instructions for making a protein called the P protein. This protein is located at the melanocytes, which are specialized cells that produce the pigment called melanin. Melanin is the substance that gives skin, hair, and eyes their color. Melanin is also found in the light sensitivity tissue at the back of the eye, the retina, which it plays a role in normal vision. Although the exact function of the P protein is unknown, it is essential for normal pigmentation and is likely involved in the production of melanin. Within melanocytes, the P production may transport molecules into and out of the structures called melanosomes where melanin is produced. Research believe that this protein may also help regulate relatively acidity of melanosomes. Tight control of the pH is necessary for most biological processes. So this gene right here is significant in skin, hair, and eye color. So that's why you would see the blue eye African per se. But I just wanted to throw that out there. But again, my question still stands. Why do you said the European, right? Evolved outside of Africa. Is the European a modern human?
Yes.
Okay. So the European had to come from people who migrated outside of Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So what caused
That's
them?
weird.
What caused them to develop that white skin?
I don't know. It's a mutation.
But why? Is that back to
You said
environmental
why?
factors, or is that those pressures that I had mentioned earlier?
I believe.
You believe?
I do.
You've been
I
sitting
think
back
there
here
is something
arguing with
there, but I
people.
don't know.
So let's pull
Because
up the.
if I
So
say
let's
it wrong,
pull
you're
up.
gonna be yelling and screaming. I know
No,
it's a
I ain't,
gene though,
no, I'm
and
not
it's the
gonna jump
same
off.
when like with the that gene and the milk thing, right? All of that stuff. It's all up there in that region. Lactose. Like I don't know. They have a tolerance that others don't. Am I tripping?
So no, because all right. So people thought that Neanderthals got their light skin from Neanderthals. Were Neanderthals white?
No, all archaic humans are not like.
I just wanted to throw that out there. So look, let's pull this up. A little simple. This article. So, but let's just pull this up real quick. European skin turned pale. Only recently, gene suggests. So everybody should have this article. It's an older article, but it gets into giving us the classification of the SL24A5 gene, right? It's in 41 Europeans, Africans, and Asians, and American Indians. But you gotta read this to understand what it's saying right here. So we brought this up before as an explanation of how they developed that gene being outside of Africa, mutating and adapting. Because if you're going to Europe, for instance, if you're in Europe, and this is the what is it that we like to use? Survival of the fittest. So you got recessive and dominant. Vino, do you know what recessive and dominant traits are, or how to explain that?
What is one like more? It's like one kind of comes out more than the other, or something like that. To kind of show more
No,
than the other.
no. So let's say this. Let's take it all the way back to a unk show. So let's say you got a brown mouse and you got a white mouse, and you put them in the snow, right? Which one would survive? Which one is more likely to survive in the snow? The
Yeah,
brown mouse or the white mouse?
the white one
Why would that be?
because the environment.
Right. So in that environment, is the white mouse dominant or recessive?
Okay, dominant. Okay. Right. Okay.
Does that help?
Okay, so what's your angle? Okay, so you saying okay, so you saying that
Use bears. We could have used bears. We could have
that
used bears.
that this was that basically that hold on, time out.
This gene that
Hold on, hold on, because the mice already had the gene before they was in the snow. So that's what I'm saying. How did they be able to get the gene to be able to be, you know what I'm saying, to be able to use it to their advantage?
all right. So it's all about the environment. Is six fingers a dominant or recessive trait?
Six fingers. What are you talking about?
Having six fingers, like six fingers on each hand, is that
Six
dominant or
fingers on your
recessive?
hand.
It's recessive.
Are you sure?
I don't know nobody with no six fingers.
Just because you don't know nobody with six fingers doesn't mean that there are people out there with six fingers.
I'm saying I ain't never came across nobody at school. I ain't came across
You
nobody
know why?
walking around. I ain't never came across nobody nowhere.
Okay, so real quick before we get back on subject, the reason that you don't is because a lot of times if that happened, at the birth of a child, they usually would shave that ish off at birth. They would shave any extra toes and fingers off. Some parents would decline that. I don't know. I don't know why, but they will.
I mean, is it a problem having 6 fingers, or it's just not normal?
Now, I, I, I just think well, to us in this society, it would be abnormal because the majority of people are born with 5 toes, 5 fingers.
But when you could bring the environment into it, are you insinuating that the body is reacting to the environment to help itself?
No, he's not saying that, sir.
No,
They
you
just
have to
inherited that from well to their parents.
right,
But
but
he's saying in society today, most people don't have that, so they would probably eliminate one of those fingers.
that's all I'm saying regarding that. But back to my point. Since we know that the European, this skin, this gene that we could point to understand, right, where this developed, we didn't have that before. And we know it developed outside of Africa. There's only one good explanation as to why that would develop. And it goes back to what I was referring to about the brown mouse and the white mouse because of the climate, those pressures. The environment is significant to us as a people. That's why can cut my camera on and show you video from the summertime when I was live and I look black and people told me that. And then I cut the camera on now and I'm back light skinned. But if you in a certain environment for long periods of time, your body is absorbing these things that goes back to UV rays, which goes back to Jablonski and us trying to get V-Note to understand that his colorism game that he plays is out of ignorance. But to the point, we know that Europeans skin evolved, this gene evolved outside of Africa and not within the continent. But we know they're not a separate species because how many mixed babies running around here? And my picture with braids ain't dark skinned. Well, it was brown because it was
If I
summertime.
ask a question, are you gonna go crazy? You did look dark skinned in that picture. I was like, who is that?
It was summertime when I took the picture.
Oh, so you get dark in the summer? Okay, so I have a question. Did this light skin gene happen before or after? Because you know how the Native Americans are over here,
Yeah.
and
Go
he was
ahead.
talking about their skin tone being dark and
Mhm.
light.
Answer the
Did they
question.
have this mutation as well? Like, did they have this mutation? Did it happen before or after they came over here?
Oh, they got it from admixing, period. And then when you put them all over the map in certain spots, then of course they body gonna mutate and adapt to their circumstances, like everybody gonna do. And then it becomes a thing when you breed and interbreed and you having kids and they gotta mutate and adapt and everybody get out there. It is what it is. Like when a baby come out the womb, is a baby coming out okay, because you're a female. When both of your kids came out, did they look lighter than you or darker than you? And you already
Oh,
know
they
what you
was
look
all light bright at first.
right. And now what are your kids looking like today?
They darker. They're darker. Well, one of them is darker than me or darker than everybody. The rest, some of them light, some of them orange.
Right. But that's where
They
genetics
all
come in.
came out light bright at
Right.
first.
But that's where genetics come into play because something had to take over for them to be able to make that transformation. Genetics.
Right.
But my point to answer your question, I guess we want to call them and no disrespect to the people out there, because we know y'all y'all are trying to restore y'all claim to y'all tribal territory. Thomas and Thomas Oklahoma and Kevin Troy. I ain't recognizing other dudes, but more specifically, their tribal affiliation. But what I'm saying is the Paleo Indian is significant in their origins, but the Paleo Indians' origins takes them back to East Asia and Europe, right? So what were they looking like before then? This is how we know that when they start saying in our community that white people evolved 6,000 years ago, that it was incorrect. And that is why science has updated and that skin gene has been backdated. You kind of understand what I'm saying? But even still, even still, not all paleos are pale skinned. They're a little bit tanner than the European because of their admixture and that evolutionary process on how they came to be different from how the European is. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I just had never thought about it before because a lot of people, the extra colorists who like to, okay, if you see dark skin
Yeah.
Asians, it's like, oh, they were really African, but it's like if all ancient humans were actually darker, then that would just be them. It doesn't have to be because they're from Africa or that they were, what I'm
Right.
saying,
And you still got to
mixed with
put humans.
African.
You still got to put humans. Not only that, but you still got to put them all over the map. So where are they located all over the map? We don't see Europeans just near the equator or below the equator. They might vacation. Like South Africa is a cool spot, right? But it's a lot of trees and stuff, places down there in South Africa they can hide. But they can't hide in the Sahara. They can't hide in certain parts of West Africa. It's got to be where the woods and the trees at. And every time you see them near the Sahara, right? They covered up like the Muslims, like the Budani, right? They all wrapped up like that because they can't take that sun. They can't take that sun, and they don't have the pigmentation for that. But it goes back to those genes, and that's what I'm trying to get Vino to understand that when you play everybody is black game, everybody's not black, bro. They can be
So that's kind of okay, man. I got a couple of questions. So whenever you was bringing up those pictures of those cavemen that was, uh, I guess
cavemen.
different colors of brown, or those no, Neanderthals that was different colors of brown. Are you saying that those were the Neanderthals that was up in Europe, or was those the Neanderthals once they start mixing with the modern?
Honey Clark, you want to answer that? You want to answer that because you just touched on it, so you want to answer that? No, don't get
I
quiet
don't know how
now.
to answer it. How you gonna understand it?
Now you see my problem. Nah, but it was cool in the chat.
Because for it to
Nah,
be European, okay,
it was
because
cool in
no,
the
because it's like we are using European and all that stuff. Those are all modern terms. So if there are Europeans, then there are
But
modern humans.
the ancient Europeans is Neanderthals, right? As far as within their
Ancient Europe,
terrain,
no.
because y'all saying that the
So you're
European
saying the people who
because y'all saying that white boys
Neanderthals
come from
inhabited the
Europe,
area that are now
before the
the
genes
Neanderthals inhabited the
existed.
place that's now Europe. It wasn't
Look,
Europeans. The Neanderthals weren't
right.
called Europeans.
But go back to the point of before the SL24, the SL gene. This is what we got on the screen, the SLC24A5. Before you have this, people were of different hues, meaning tinted. They weren't all black. They
Hold
wasn't
on, what kind of people you talking about though?
Everybody.
I'm
All
talking
ancient humans. No ancient humans were that light color that came later.
look,
The
so
what you call white
let me
people,
go back to this right here.
that's that gene that he's talking about.
So I don't know if Nahisi is still in the chat, but shout out to Nahisi because he made me go look for this. And something that he was trying to keep he was trying to educate somebody upon. And initially I was like, where he going with this? But then I just kept on like paying attention. So Vino, did you know that everybody had hair all over their body?
Yeah, people got hair all over their body now.
Right, but did you know that it was way more hair than now?
As far as with humans,
Yes, with everybody. Period.
uh, oh yeah. Well, as far as how much hair, were you talking about like the hair
My point is
like
this:
like the
he,
people that was in the little circus and shit where they had their hair on their face, all that
no,
type of shit.
bro, no. What I am saying is that everyone had bodies full of hair. They hair. My point
Yeah, that's
is,
what I'm saying. Hair like the
over a
person that was in
million.
the circus when they was like he had a problem.
Yeah, but over what was it? Maybe a million years ago or so, we began to shed our hair. When we began to shed our hair, now that we have an understanding that everybody was had hair, and then as we began to continue to evolve, we began to start shedding hair. We had to formulate protection against the sun. The sun was the reason for us to shed the hair. Imagine being full of hair and you out there in the damn sun all day. What's gonna happen? Think about it, bro. I can't leave them fluffy Frenchies that we be selling, them expensive ass dogs.
I'm saying,
Leave them
why
outside.
would we be created like that?
What?
Why would we be created like that to lose it? You know what I'm saying? I thought if you are developing, that you are increasing whatever you get.
Evolution doesn't go one way.
Right.
It's a change. It's changing anyway. It's not just getting more of something. You can get less of something. You can get rid of something you don't need. You can add something you do need. It's just a change. Period. Because of anything, your environment, your food, your whatever. But it's a change. It's just the change. You can't you can't say whether the change is going to be more or less of something. Any change is evolution.
Okay, so what y'all saying is that whenever we started shedding the hair, I guess that's when we started seeing more skin tone, and that's why I guess the pictures that he was showing that those were, I guess that those people was different shades of color.
It goes back to the environment. We began to shed
Okay,
our
so where would you place those three different people on Earth? Like, where would you find those three different people on Earth?
Homo neanderthalus and Homo habiligansis. You're gonna put them in different places. They're
And
archaic.
that's what I'm saying. Where on Earth will we find them?
Once you pull up a map, you working or something?
They pull up a
Oh,
map. All right.
I'm gonna be out, bro.
I'm saying that's what I said. That was your screen right there, but I ain't directing or nothing. But
Directly, the answer to your question. It's right here the whole time. Where would you put them people that I put on the screen? This don't help you at all, do it? Nope, because it ain't a map. Oh, I ain't sharing the shit. My bad. You said the people that I showed, the hominids that I showed. I told you earlier, right? Outside of the Neanderthal, that every other species you can find on the continent of Africa. And then you'll find others that will be outside of that. I don't even like that because I needed to explain to Vino.
Okay, so when you say others, you're talking about the archaic, right?
I'm talking about all different species in general. So you see this? This is probably the easiest way that I actually can do this. Homo neanderthalis is in this blue. You see it up in these European countries right here. It's where they
But
at.
go on and click on it because it's just showing like a whole bunch of them. I mean, it's real small, you know what you're showing, but it's
Broke it
showing
up.
every.
Talking about?
Huh?
Oh, my bad.
The
My bad.
screen, yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay, now what you saying?
This
Okay,
is Neanderthals right here. You see this?
right.
Okay. Homo habiligansis right here. Sapiens right here. Down here, this little yellow Naladi. You hear Unc talk about that shit a lot. Naladi. This green over here is Erectus. Erectus was these three are what I showed you the images of when I asked you if they were black.
Are the
These
ones that's
three,
in Asia and in Europe?
yes.
Okay.
Denovisum, I think Denovisum was on there. I know Homo erectus. I'll have to go back to the picture. Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalis, and it's got to be in the Denovisum that was on there because it was that. Even if it
Okay, so
wasn't,
what you're saying that okay, so you're saying that everybody had fur, we lost
yes,
the
well,
fur, and then that's when at first when we first lost the fur, that's when the first pigmentations started
it
coming
was
out. Then they started losing the pigmentation due to the
no,
environment pressure.
no, no, hell no. First of all, these stages of people, you have to consider where was the Earth at that time, as far what was the climate like on Earth at that time, that the Neanderthal, Habligensis, Erectus, Naladi, the Novison, how any of them were living 400,000 years ago, bro, or even a million years ago before really Neanderthals was over here. That's what I'm saying to you. So, because of the stages and the phases of the earth, which you're not considering in this conversation, which would be the climate, a million years ago, we began to shed our goddamn skin. A
So the
million years.
shedding of the skin came before the rest of the stuff.
So yeah, before color, before anything like that, the skin
Oh wait,
had
he
to,
said that. He
right.
said, I
I'm
mean, he
right,
kind of condensed it a whole lot, but that is what he said.
but
He
that
said
process,
the they started to shed the skin, then I mean shed the hair, and then the skin kind of makes up for the fact that the hair is gone, so it's darker
right?
to
But
deal
what
with
what
the.
color? What did they look like after they shed their skin is significant. So if you If you was out in the sun all day, every day, and you had that hair on, what you think happened when you shaved your hair? You lost
It's
your
gonna be
protection.
light.
Right. You lost your protection against the sun.
So then they're dark.
So now you lost if you had hair all over your body and that's what was protecting you against the sun. If you shaved, you lost your protection against the sun. So your skin's going to be light, like you just said. So now what are you going to do for protection from the sun? You ain't got this a massive amount of hair growing no more. It's not growing like that. So what's going to happen?
So basically, they just die off, and
What?
another people is created.
What? Why would they die off?
Because
they
they
died
can't
up.
protect themselves from the sun.
What? Bro,
Oh,
you
they
just said
have
you're gonna
darker
die off
skin.
because you're not gonna die off.
Because you said once they lose their hair, that they
Because Sean,
are gonna
you
be,
didn't.
they not gonna have no protection. That they gonna be
Against,
basically hella light,
against
and
the
with them
sun.
being hella light, that they gonna be
No, but
attacked by the sun.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, when if you shaved if you shaved or you lost all your hair and you lost that protection against the sun, what's gonna happen? Y'all said you're gonna die off. No, your skin is going to adapt to that radiation from the sun, and you're going to gain some type of protection against the sun because you're mutating and adapting to your circumstance, which deals with the environmental pressures. You're not just going to die off. You just go run under a goddamn tree or go hide in the
So,
fucking cave.
so how did the Neanderthals die off?
Now we back. See
They
what I
died
mean?
off after a long time. Though, like so you like time traveling, right? So where we're at right now is way before Neanderthals died off.
But
So
they saying that
he's
people still
talking
got
about
Neanderthals
just the
within them.
evolution. Yeah, but he's talking about the evolution period of our genus.
We
That's
was just
all the
talking about,
humans, right? So now that you're talking about early humans, right? And then how they have evolved to the point that we're at now. So you were talking about, okay, we had the hair. Okay, now the hair is gone. They had the skin that got darker to deal with the um environments, right? Okay, so now we're gonna go forward from that. We can't go to the death of of Homo Neanderthals. You gotta stay. You gotta stay at the top first because you went past the death of all the other stuff. Like what? Stay where we're at. Don't go to the death of Neanderthals. Start where we're at, and then go in the line like he's trying to take you. Then you'll understand it a little bit better.
he doesn't understand chronology, which is what I told. And this is not an insult to you, Vino, but this is what I told you about your first little video that you done. Your chronology was messed up, and
There's
you're
no
not
chronology with this because the people is already outside of what you say,
Vino.
where the people come from.
Vino, there is a chronology. There absolutely is a chronology. We have dates. We have dates of these hominids. We have a timeline. But you got me bouncing all over the timeline because you're trying to ask these questions that aren't related. And I keep trying to say, hold on, we got to understand this. And you're not understanding that. This goes back to what I keep saying, that Denise keep thinking that you just going out the blue, get it. And you're not going to get it because chronology is not, it is something that you're not learning. Something has to come before something
No, but
else.
I just don't agree.
We don't care if you agree. Science doesn't care if you agree or disagree.
I mean, but science is still don't. Science don't even agree.
What science doesn't agree? What science doesn't agree, Vino? Scientists are looking for people with evidence to tell them that they don't agree. How? You see this timeline right here from 7 million years going to the right, from 0 to 7 million years, is having this whole entire process of showing up when these different type of hominid species begin to appear, and what's coming ahead or what's coming ahead or what's coming ahead.
And are we at the apex?
Man, we don't know. Right now, there's evolutionary data that's coming out about kids are not growing a certain set of teeth no more, or not using a certain set of teeth no more, and they calling that a reaction to where we are evolutionary wise. And many people ain't even paying attention to that, because we sitting here and we in these circular arguments. So what I'm basically saying to you, in short, is that the significance of a chronology is the answer to how you get to these certain answers to certain questions that you pose. You can't start at A and then you're at X, and then you come back to H, and then go back to Z, and then come back to B, and then take us back to Y, and then back to A. You can't jump around like that. And we try to, and I'm saying it's not just to you, but we try to get y'all to slow down when we talking to y'all about history, is because history don't work the way y'all wanted to work. You gotta understand the significance and the impact of what happened before you can get into all these other little pieces of things that would predate that.
Yeah, but that's what y'all doing though. You know, y'all just saying, okay, well, this is the evidence that we got, so we just starting here.
Okay. All right. So where should we start, Vino?
I'm saying if there's evidence
well, answer the question. What we're doing. So where should we start, Vino? Should we start where we have the oldest evidence or the most recent evidence?
Okay, so we should start if there are people, if there's different hominids and different hominids running around at the same time, then we got to be logic to say that it got to be different hominids in America.
Time out. Pause. So, Denise, where should we? I asked you, Vino, and you just gave your question. So, Denise, where should we start? Should we start where we have the oldest evidence or the latest evidence?
Where would you start? Or
no, where
because most people start at the oldest.
Where should we start? Where should we start? If the conversation is about existence, human existence in the world, where should we start?
I guess the oldest evidence.
Why would we use the oldest evidence?
Because it give you the origins. Like you start from there and then you work up to where we are today. I mean, you can do it backwards. But
hey, you can do it backwards, and you also can go. But you just said the key word.
That would be more work. Right.
But you want to start where you have the oldest evidence because of the origin. Did you hear that, Vino?
Yeah, when I hear that, but y'all saying that the oldest evidence of humans is.
Hold on. So let's work backwards, Vino. Let's work backwards from our timeline that we have as humans. Let's work backwards. So we're in the Americas. What is the oldest evidence that we have in the Americas to use as evidence of existence of humans like me and you in the Americas, or archaic humans? in the Americas? Where can we find that information at?
Me personally, but I ain't got no evidence. But I'm pretty sure. What I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure that there is evidence if there's other evidence around.
Okay, all right. So you answered it. Now, Denise, where can we find the oldest evidence in the Americas for our existence? Denise, I'm talking to you. Your mic open, but you ain't saying nothing.
I don't know. I don't know where that is. I know it's
Denise.
not that far, like that long ago.
So okay. Now we're trying to start where we are. So what would be considered the oldest evidence for humans being in the Americas?
What in South America? What they say, whatever that woman is in South America somewhere, right?
What woman in South America?
Well, I don't know the name exactly. I thought I seen or heard something that was like in Brazil or something.
Say New
You ain't
Mexico.
talking about Lucia, is you?
Who?
Lucia? You ain't talking about Lucia, is you?
Okay. Is they talking about that, or is they talking about somebody that's in like the Carolinas or the Georgias?
No, it say New Mexico from when I looked it up.
The fossil record is going to take you to New Mexico, and it's going to be between 23.
Wow, that's kind of far.
Huh?
That's older than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but that's a fossil though. We're talking about bones. That's not the old, right? So the fossil footprints we have is in New Mexico, but as far as bones, we're gonna say 18,000. So
hold on, you say footprints?
Yeah, the fossilized footprints in New Mexico.
And what's the footprints going back to?
23,000 years. 23 to 25,000 years. That's the oldest evidence that we have for footprints in the Americas is that.
That's the oldest evidence in America, point blank, is 23,000.
Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. It's the oldest evidence regarding human existence.
My bad, I rested on my mic.
You good? As far as human existence, that's the oldest evidence that we would have, the fossilized footprints in New Mexico. As far as bones is related, it's going to put us at least at 18,000 or below. So between 13 and 18,000 years, we would find evidence of human existence in the Americas.
Okay, and what you're saying is that
hold on. According to the evidence, and then that evidence answers questions about who the first peoples were. See where I'm going? We ain't speculating no more.
Hold on, what you say? Bring that back. What you say?
We have, the evidence of human existence in the Americas is going to be the bones that were uncovered. The bones that were recovered provides us a timeline on the origins of the first people to populate the Americas.
Okay, and my question now is, you say 23, and you saying that the Neanderthal go back to 400,000?
Those are fossils, which means the people could have came here, got as far as New Mexico, and then dipped back out. We don't have any other record outside of the fossilized footprints for that.
Okay, so my question now is about the Neanderthals. So you saying that there's evidence?
Hold on, Honey Clark. What the fuck did you just tell this dude?
Huh?
What you just tell him? We were just simply talking about timeline, and he keep doing it. We talking about the oldest evidence that we would have in the America.
Because we already figured out
If you know, if you
23,000
want to get
years. There's nothing
no,
else to
because if
talk
you want to
about. Now I'm asking
no,
about
if you want to
somewhere
get
else.
to the Neanderthals, you have to go in the line that's going to lead you to them. So if you keep going in the line, you'll find them. If you jump around, you'll miss something. So if we keep going in the line from, okay, we're starting here. Okay, we have this evidence. Okay, now where does that evidence lead us to? Once we get back around from over here to over there, you'll find the Neanderthals. But you can't just hop to them because you're going to miss the whole middle part. And
No,
then
but I
your
don't
next
work
question
like
going to be,
that.
well, how did they
No,
get
but I don't
here?
work like that. I don't work like that. I do a net.
No,
a, a,
just 'cause
of a net approach. You know what I'm saying? I go to one
problem.
part and then
The
I go to
net,
another part, then
That's
I
the
work my
problem.
way in.
The problem.
that's why you
That's the
confused.
problem. And I
That's why
keep
you
telling you,
Nah,
confused.
because you still gonna make the catch.
no, you not.
How
Because
you not gonna make the catch
Nope.
if you still coming in?
because evidence don't work like that, bro. You have to understand A before you get to K. You can't just go to A, then try to go to K and then learn about what K is. You done missed everything in between that. Now if you try to go back and go to B, C, D, E, you don't have a chronology of learning.
No,
Therefore,
that's the same way of understanding what's going on today and then
no,
going
it
back
is
to
not.
history.
You cannot learn like the way that you're doing. I don't give a fuck. You can't learn the way that you're doing. You don't jump from A and go to F. I don't understand vaccines without understanding what the fuck a virus is. You gotta understand the you gotta understand the beginning of everything, bro, before you move on. You don't go from the first grade to the 12th grade and then back to the second grade to the 8th grade and then to the 4th grade to the ninth grade.
That's
They
not
don't
the same. That's not the same.
goddamn same,
And
bro. The learning process is the same. They start your ass off in kindergarten. That's why it says K through 12. You got to go to kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, ninth grade, 10th grade, and then the 12th grade. You can't graduate after you got them just left the
So
first.
what's so what's your point? Okay, so we got to 23 and 18. Now where are we going?
Okay. You just said we're going backwards.
we going to how did they get there?
How did they get there? So now you have to trace the roots of how they get there. So you use other fields of scientific ingenuity to answer those questions. Lo and behold, the bodies that they recovered and found in different parts of the Americas, from the South, Central, and Northern America, provided genetic evidence for them to test. Though that genetic evidence provided answers. So this is what makes the land bridge significant, because it wasn't just humans that they were extracting information from to be able to answer the fucking question. They were getting it from the animals that they were finding the bones of in these isolated areas, from areas where they could recover DNA from. Not only that, but the damn weaponry at the time that was used for that to be able to answer questions. And lo and behold, they start to put the pieces of the damn puzzle together and walk in a straight line where they needed to go, uncovering who these first peoples was. And then they found consistency in the evidence, meaning that where humans would normally go and populate certain places when they entered a particular place through migration, lakes, rivers, creeks, you find evidence in these pockets. That's what made what is that up there in Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, and all of that region up there in that area. That's what made it significant, because you can find shit over there. Up in the East Coast, near them waterways up there, you can find shit over there. That's what made California significant, because right there was the damn Pacific Ocean. You can find shit over there, like right off that coastline. The Kelp Highway was significant for evidence. These places paid dividends. And then in the cold climates, in the Inuit zone regions of Canada, where these people were going, you would find them where they could get food. So my point is if the oldest evidence that we have has a certain time period, and we know human history has a much larger variation, we can't skip steps. We have to walk slow. So whether I take you from starting Africa and bringing you into the Americas, or I'm taking you up out of the Americas and taking your ass back, you're gonna end up in Africa. But it is significant along that journey as to what went into the people populating the Americas. It was consistent with migrations. It was consistent genetically. We don't speculate, bro. We follow the evidence, but we don't skip all over the place to say what is considered more important than the other. Chronology is key. Keep it simple.
Okay. So we at 23, 15. We understand that. That's the oldest that's going back in America. That's involved with humans. So my question now is, how old is the oldest bones on Earth that's found?
You doing it again? They're in Africa, bro. And it
Well,
would be
why is that your
what's the
next
time
question
frame?
though? Like what?
I'm just asking, what's the time frame?
What's the
300,000.
correlation?
You say it was 300,000?
Yeah, just answer this question. 300,000. Now what?
Okay.
It's gonna go in a circle.
But I know that. But which are we
Because
talking?
y'all saying that the Homo sapiens is 300,000 Homo sapiens, and these is the same evidence that's 23,000 years over here, right?
Are you saying that the people over here were also Homo sapiens?
Yeah, he said humans. He said, yeah, he talking modern humans. Go ahead.
Okay.
We ain't talking archaics, so we ain't dealing with 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, yada 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 yada. We dealing specific with this 300,000 up until present. We'll shorten it if you
like. I don't know. Does this
No.
information
Okay.
conflict with your thoughts?
Okay. So what you saying that is 300,000 from Africa to 18,000 in America.
To present.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying what's up.
No, so now you running away from the evidence, because I'm asking if the oldest evidence that we have in the Americas is around a certain period, and you're saying that can't be the case because you had other people populating out. Find me a Denovisan, a Neanderthal, or any other hominid species that entered in the Americas before 30,000 years ago, and I even expanded and go 40,000 years ago. I'm giving you 40,000 years of American history to find one area, significant area that we could point to and say, here go an archaic human, or here go a modern human. Go find it. You know, you're not gonna find it, so you're not even gonna waste your time to go look for it because it doesn't exist. And we know what we know about the first peoples because of genetic data and what was left behind. And I told y'all this before, and I'm gonna say it.
And what we know about the first people.
Everywhere people go, you leave your DNA. I don't care who you are, where you're traveling to. You leave your DNA from the food that you ate, and you then threw that fork or whatever. Everywhere you have traveled and been, if you used the bathroom, brushed your hair, took a shower, ate, did something significant where your DNA could be left behind, it's still there in them areas. If it could be salvaged, it's gonna be there, collected and salvaged.
Okay, so you saying that the DNA, that the oldest DNA that they got, that they can basically, but they got enough DNA to know what the person look like?
Okay. Um, Based on their DNA, right? You can paint a picture of what you wouldn't be exact, but you can have an idea, a framework of what you're trying to get at, based on their genetic makeup. Meaning, if they're carrying certain genes that give off certain expressions, then you could paint a picture based off that information using the genetic data. If you don't have that data and you're just drawing or speculating or assuming without that data, you are more than likely not going to be accurate in your assertion according to that data.
Okay, so you're saying that the gene that they do have will be able to generalize what the person is,
Do you
as far
understand?
as they either black or white, or they, got blue eyes and nappy hair or something like that.
There's no black gene. There's no black gene, brother. I need you to understand that. There's an albino gene expression, and then there's a white gene expression. Both of those are mutations that involve in manipulating the phenotype of a said human being. So here's the significance of what I just said. If we have the that gene and the other gene, and we know there's no black gene, well, how do you explain the shades of everybody else? It's gonna come right back to the UV rays and the melanin and melanocytes and all of that shit that explain the UV radiations from the sun. The whole time we've been sitting here and saying the same thing over and over and over to people. Today should be the day that you comprehend that there's no black gene. Honey Clark, what's up? I can't hear you.
Okay, so you're saying that everybody is white.
I ain't say
Uh,
that. I did not say that. I did not say that. That is not what I said. I said albinoism and the white gene, which we gave you the name of it, are gene expressions to those people that are directly affected and impacted by those two gene sites. There is no black gene. There is no Indian gene. There is no Chinese gene. There's no Korean gene. That's none of that. We don't know where he had shot son. I don't know nothing about that fake smoke he got. Trying to talk about he said he got a problem because Ditso was talking about V Note. Man, I don't care nothing about that. Both of them, both look, Ditso got African DNA. Ditso is mixed. And what he talking about don't even make no sense to me. But go ahead, Vino. What's your next question? Now that you know there ain't no white gene, what you gonna do now?
Okay, so what you saying that it's just two genes?
Ain't no this nigga. No, I did not say that. I didn't say that. Both of those gene expressions come from. All right, let me do it this way, bro. Hold on 1 second. Let me do it this way.
Okay, so you're saying that it's only one gene and it's expressed in different ways.
No, I did not. I did not say that either. Did not.
Okay.
Did not say that either. I did not. This is what makes humans 99.99% the same. We're all the same. But there is a gene expression that deals with the phenotype of two people. And that gene expression is the SLC24A5, which makes the white gene, or what we call the white skin gene. And then albinoism has a whole nother one. Both of these are mutations, we want to say. But we know albinoism. Are you familiar with albinoism?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's like basically it's like a black person, but they white.
Is it a
As
skin?
far as skin.
Is it a skin disorder?
I mean, I guess it's more than a skin disorder because them niggas be having like them niggas hair be kind of crazy and them niggas eyes be kind of crazy.
Even just that, albinoism is just basically dealing with mutation and specific genes responsible for melanin production. And it's a disruption of that production from normal melanin production. But that's totally different from the SL24 gene that we was A5 that we were just mentioning earlier. It's two totally different situations. But
Okay.
if you don't understand those things, then you don't understand those things. This is why I said that. So they're mutations.
Okay, so what you saying that the black people is the albinos?
Who is albino? What? Who's albino?
I mean, because I don't understand why you keep bringing up these two different genes.
You don't understand why I keep bringing them up?
Yeah, because you're saying that the one is expressing
no other way. You don't see the pale skin.
because you saying that one is expressing albino and one is expressing pale, right?
The pale skin gene, bro. Pale skin gene. Everybody else ain't pale on the continent. Do you agree? Is everybody else pale on the continent? No. So
Yeah. As far as like, yeah, the motherfucker is pale. As far as like the Asians is pale.
Continent
As
is
far as the Asians is pale.
no, the fuck they not.
Man, them niggas got the same skin tone as the white person, man.
Are not. They do
Them
not.
niggas got the same skin tone.
They are white Asians, bro. Not light Asians. White Asians, bro. White Asians.
Nah, I'm saying, as far as like they look, them niggas don't look like no fucking white boy, but as far as the skin tone, it's the same.
No, they don't, bro. Listen to me. And I don't think that you can comprehend what I just said because it just took your whole argument away from you. There is no gene expression called a black gene. Period.
So what's the gene expression that's expressing us?
The only gene expressions that deal with mutations are going to be the what causes albinoism and the European skin gene mutation.
So what's the general gene?
S4A5 that I keep telling you. There's no black gene.
What's the general gene that's not a mutation?
What do you mean? There's no general gene that Hold on.
So what's the gene? What's the gene for?
Hold on. Honey Clark, are you there? Vino, you in the back. Honey Clark, get off the phone, bro. I can't even hear you. And I know you probably in your fucking chat laughing at this shit with your friends. Get on the microphone. Your mic is unmuted. Bro, this is crazy, bro. Hold on, y'all.
Hello?
Damn.
I stepped away. My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I just told Vino. I ain't kick him out. He said I just put him in the back. I ain't kick him out. Here, he gotta hold on. I'm trying not to sound crazy or think that I'm crazy. I told Vino that there is no black gene. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. The only gene expressions that have to deal with skin pigmentation are the two that I named, with the albinoism and with the Europeans, the SL24A5. There's no other gene expression that has to deal with skin pigmentation like that. Why is that?
Are you asking me why is that?
Yeah, I'm asking you, why is there not an Asian gene or a Indian gene?
What? No. I mean, because we're all the same human.
Right.
Like, I'm
So
confused.
that's what I'm
You're talking about,
telling
like, because race, I mean, race is a social construct, right? So we
you.
can't do the race
Right,
thing, right? So it's going to be more
right.
so.
And I'm telling Vino,
Um,
right? I'm telling Vino that I'm trying to keep it simple where he don't fall off the deep end. I'm telling Vino there's no black gene. So Vino is under the impression, why? Well, what? Well, he said, well, what's the gene for everybody else then? And I'm
but we
like, what
just
do
went over how the archaic humans were darker, and that the mutation came with the light stuff, right? So I mean, it would be like everybody would have the base thing, and if you have a mutation, it would be you, the lighter you are.
So that's what I'm saying. So with me being dark the way I am,
not a mutation?
that's what I'm saying. It's not a mutation. So
No,
what you're saying is, okay, so if that's not the case, how is it not mutations and everybody is expressing different?
everybody is
Because
not.
of where, I mean, you still are going to get, express differently when you're in the winter and the summer.
Nah, I'm gonna be the same color.
Mm-mm,
You know,
you're not.
I'm gonna be the same color. It's not like I'm fixing to be popping out like I'm light skinned or something.
Oh, you're not gonna
You
be
know what I'm
light
saying?
well,
But
skinned.
I
yeah,
ain't
well,
never
we're not going to
popped
say
out
that
light
you're
skinned.
totally, you're not
You're
going to
not gonna
turn
be
into
light skinned
me.
either.
You're not going to turn into
You're
me
not
and
absorbing
Sean,
as much
but you're
sunlight
going
as
to
you
be
were.
darker in one and lighter in another.
You're not
Okay, so my
absorbing.
Like if you
question
spend now,
was,
if you
You
spend
know,
2 months in
hold
the
on.
sun, if you spend no, if you spend two
okay,
weeks
well
in the
since you
sun,
saying that
you will
there
come back
is
and you will see
no,
a noticeable difference.
Let me hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way about the albinoism. Let me say this, right? Albinoism is a condition that affects the skin. It's an absence, or so it's either partial or complete absence of pigmentation. That is the total opposite of the white skin gene that we brought up earlier that I keep mentioning. Those are the only two expressions that
But
we
how?
have.
But how is that when?
Because the sun dictates everything else.
No, because people that's around the sun is still
No,
expressing a
outside
light
of
skin.
the sun,
I'm
everything.
saying people still around the equator is expressing a light skin.
No, they the fuck not.
The people in the Philippines,
Unless they are in the forest regions or places where they are not exposing themselves to the sun on a consistent basis. That's why you have rainforest and shit, because people hiding in the rainforest, and then you go in there and find the people that's hiding in the rainforest. They don't have this darker hue near the equator. My point is, the majority of the people that are around the equator and closer to are absorbing more sunlight than people that are further away from the equator. That is going to be a direct reflection and interpretation of how our skins vary. Just the three of us on this panel have three different variations of skin tone. She is lighter than you and I. I am lighter than you. And just in that speaks to variation. You in Oklahoma, she in Ohio, I'm in Tennessee. But if we all three of us go out and get the same amount of sunlight every day, I am not going to be as dark as you are, V-Note. You're not going to be as dark as Sutek. And she damn sure ain't going to be as dark as I am. But we're all going to have a different shade of tint because of that. And it goes back to what we've been saying the entire day. Mutation and adaptation is the key. You've heard me say this to you before about these people going into these different environments. They mutate and adapt. That's a
but hold on. I mean, I'm saying like,
it's a part of
what you mean going into a new environment and mute and adapting? So you saying that the people that went to Europe, they really us?
If we take you,
and it was nobody up there.
Vino, if we take you to an isolated area where there was a lack of sunlight and it was cold as hell, you're in order for your body to survive, you're going to have to mutate and adapt over time.
What do you mean lack of sunlight?
Bro, do you not know what it means to be you know why they tell people that they need to play their ass outside? How they always say, go outside and play. Being exposed to that sunlight is also feeding your body. Some of us are gaining nutrients from that. Other people aren't gaining as much nutrients from that. So they have to go seek those same nutrients elsewhere from supplements and shit like that. What I'm trying to do is not expand it so far that I'm confusing you. I'm trying to meet you where you are, which is at a remedial level, and you still ain't picking it up. So what I'm trying to slow it down and say is you have to understand what Nahisi just said. You have to understand mutation and adaptation. This is why I told you those environmental pressures are key, because it plays on your whole thing about this coloring box, this crayon box that you're stuck in. Once I told you that there's no black gene, you have lost all fucking your mind. You can't fathom it.
I ain't lost this nigga. This nigga. I ain't lost nothing, man.
Okay.
Because so basically, it's what you're trying to tell me is that everybody is the same, but it's different genes in us that are expressing for us to look like a West African or look like
No,
Japanese or
no.
to look like an Indian or to look. How is people looking like different?
Rephrase what you're saying. Rephrase what you're saying. Rephrase it.
Okay, so you saying that it's as far as like the pigmentation, that it's only one gene and it's a mutation gene, which is the white gene
No,
in the
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. There is no gene expression. There is no gene expression. He almost needs. He almost. I'm saying the white gene is a mutation. It has a gene. It has a point. It's isolated. We understand where its origins is and why it occurred. It took an environment and an adaptation in that environment for that gene to exist. So there was a mutation that went into play that caused that white gene to have existence, which is different from albinoism, which is another expression, but it has to deal with a lack thereof of whatever. It's a lack of pigmentation, which is different from a gene expression. So I don't want to confuse them. One is a gene expression, which is the white gene. The other one is like a malnutrition or a lack of something, which would be pigmentation. Like I don't want to say disease is kind of like a bad word regarding that because it's not a disease. Well, depends on how some people look at it, but in a sense. So what I'm saying to you, right, is this: there's no black gene because humans are 99.99% the same. But due to the environmental pressures, where humans would later go and isolate through mutation and adaptation and mutation, you begin to see for one group of humans in a particular region, this gene come about, mutate, and come about.
Okay, so I see where we disagree at. Okay, you saying that they have migrated and isolated themselves, and I'm saying that they was already there. Okay, all right.
They
Okay,
wasn't already there. You ain't got
okay.
evidence of them being already there. You see how
Huh?
we went from talking about skin to now you done just went back to a whole nother argument. That's what I mean by you got to understand A before you get to B, and you got to understand B before you get to C. You can't bounce around because you're going to confuse everything. You can't do that. Everybody is the same.
No, we are not the same.
Everybody is the same. Can you have
Okay, why would you say that we the same? It's because we got legs and arms and fingers and ears and eyes in the same place.
Can you have sex with a white person?
Yes,
And they have a baby by you?
yes.
Well, what makes that white person that you just had sex with different than you?
The appearance,
What appearance?
as far as what they look like.
So what's the explanation for what they look like?
The explanation of what they look like would be how they genes is expressing.
So that's one particular gene that is dominant in them that continues to be passed down through them is the only difference. But everything else about this person is the same. They breathe away. They got lungs. They got a heart. They got a brain. They got 2 eyes, 2 ears, nose, lips.
Okay, so now, so now I guess we're talking about what was passed down through them.
Hold on, because you think they different. They have
Because there was different things passed down through them, right?
They got everything you got except for they have a gene expression for their phenotype, which is the white gene. What we're calling the white gene as an expression phenotypically.
Okay, so you saying that there is the white gene, but there ain't no black gene.
It ain't got nothing to do with everything eternally. That's only got something to do with something that's outside. Internally, you cut them open and we cut you open. It's the same motherfucker. We are 99.99% the same.
How are we the same? How are we the same when
can they drive cars? Can they ride?
No, I'm saying you talking about whenever they cut us open, that we the same.
What make them different? What makes them different? Their skin tone, the color of their skin, and it's different variations of fucking white. Not all white people pale. All white people ain't pale.
They all know how to
Okay, so where do you draw the line with white people?
Anything.
What you say, Honey Clark? What you say, Honey Clark? You have white.
I'm saying it's not that they're not all the same at all. Like they don't have the same like hair. They don't all have the same anything.
Right.
Like you're seeing like skin and acting like that's the only like that is just the greatest thing on earth here. It makes them a whole different human.
Now remember, thank you. It goes right back to what I was saying about dominant and recession. In order for them to survive in the situations that they were in, what needed to derive from them to be able to evolve into who they were today, to be able to survive that condition, would be that gene. That gene is a reflection of their existence and survival, and it continued to be expressed. But you can't fathom the fact that there's no black gene and that they are the same. The only difference is there's a different variation of phenotype.
Okay, so what do you mean? Okay, so
get over that. So black hair how many black-haired white people have you seen? That's for both of y'all. Honey Clark, how many white people have you seen with black hair? And
you talking about some African hair or just the black color hair?
I'm not talking nappy or thick hair. I'm talking about color alone. The color like black.
The color black?
Yeah. How many white people?
I haven't seen many.
Okay. But have you how many white people with blonde hair have you seen?
I see a lot of blonde and brown.
Okay. And what about brunette? You just said it, brown.
Yeah.
So that is basically the black, that brunette. Do black people have brunette hair?
Somewhat, yeah. Like I don't know. It's like a sandy brown sometimes.
Do black people?
We have all different color.
Black people.
We have every.
Right. Have you seen blonde haired black people?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it ain't common.
Why do you think you see that?
I mean, it's either because it's something that got passed down through them.
So there's something genetically that's inside of them that will cause for that expression. Because see, my cousin, we call him Red for a reason.
Hold on, time out. So hold on.
His hair.
Hold on, time out.
Damn near red.
So so would you say that it's not something in them that passed down, that it could be that the DNA is going through environment pressure or whatever you was talking about?
Nah, you're dealing with two different things. Like your environment is heavy on your appearance. It's not going to be internal. your environment is those pressures are you got to think, man. And I hate to say it this way, but we're in a world where everything that we think is easy to us is trying to kill us. Like there's organisms out there that are really trying to kill us. But even in the expression of that, and even in the organisms for our existence, there are organisms that play on how we are today, how we express, how we adapt, how we exist, how we look. I'm trying to say that in the slowest form possible, or I shouldn't have said organisms. I should have just said viruses. But my point is this. This is how big mutation and adaptation is. If we're not in certain areas, as an example, if we go to West Africa right now, we just ain't finna get off the plane and be cool in West Africa. We ain't getting off the plane and we just gonna be cool because we've been removed from that. So there's something over there called a tsetse fly that could be a bothering issue but that's really for like horses. But then there's other viruses that exist in those areas that we have to get vaccinated for. And if we don't get vaccinated for them, we end up over there, we're gonna be sick as hell, potentially could die. Because we're not used to that. Meanwhile, they over there like it's normal for them. Because life for them is totally different because what's trying to kill the rest of the world ain't really trying to kill them. They've adapted to it. They've grown hereditary, if that's the right word, to that. But my point is this, because you're stuck on skin. Our body, our outside body, our skin, what do you think your skin is? Do you understand skin? Is skin the outer skin? Is it an organ? Is it a what? What do you think it is?
It's like a membrane almost. But it's
an organ. Just keep it simple. It's an organ.
Yeah, but it sheds though.
Bro. It's an organ.
But then at the same time, it's also got
on your body.
But then at the same time, it got pigment.
It's the largest organ on your body. Don't jump ahead. Follow me with the skin.
All right.
What I am just simply trying to get you to understand is, now that you understand it is an organ, you can understand that because, after we know that it's an organ, my point, because you almost made me get off track. You're just going to take me somewhere. The point is now what comes behind that, because you keep talking pigmentation, and I, without getting technical, just try to bring you to the importance of environment because of UV radiation, which is something we all consume. Some of us consume more than others, and there's a reason for that. But when you say that we are not the same, you're very ignorant, not in a negative ignorant, but ignorant to the fact, meaning you don't know of the significance of the human skin. So maybe you should read an article about skin and understanding the significance of skin and how skin is expressed throughout the regions all over the world. And then
so what's the difference between the people's skin in the year 2024 in America than the people's skin back in 1492?
What do you mean? What's the difference between people's skin in 1492 and people today? People still express the same skin variations all over the world. What are you talking about? The only time that there was something drastic that happened with how people are looking would be the gene expression of the white gene and albinoism with a pigmentation problem, which goes back to those 2 points. Outside of that, ain't nobody else looking at each other like you white, you black, you blue, you brown. Ain't nobody looking at each other like it.
Okay, so you saying that everything else was just a 10?
Have you seen wheat?
You say wheat?
You in Oklahoma, have you ever seen fields of wheat?
Wheat? Yeah.
Wheat, yes.
Yeah.
Freaking. Are there not different variations of wheat in a wheat field?
Yeah.
All due to UV radiation, you will see different wheat. Some would be lighter and some would be darker. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. But I don't know that it's due to UV.
It is.
I don't know that it's due to UV, but it is a difference.
What do you mean you agree, but you don't know why? Bro, if all right, so if one form of wheat is absorbing more sun than other forms of wheat in the same field, you can tell that through observation and by studying wheat, just sitting there for hours upon a day. You ain't even gotta sit there. You can go buy you a camera, set it up in a wheat field, and make sure you change the battery every day and do this for 2 months. And look at how the sun moves from east to west throughout that field. And see every day, just checking the wheat from one side to the other side every day and seeing what's absorbing more sun than the other. And if that is a reflection of it being a little bit more darker than the other, you're going to see that by studying wheat. All you need is a methodology. But what I am trying to tell you is, when I say that we ain't nothing but different variations of wheat, because the human population as we know it today is very much so this. So just go look up human skin on Wikipedia. Just pull that up on Wikipedia. Human skin. I don't need to share my screen. I don't need to do none of that. I'm trying to get you to do it. If you go look up.
But that's not true for the simple fact that, the wheat is in the same area. So you're saying that humans is in the same area, so they supposed to be reflecting the same skin tone.
How is it not true? If you and me absorbing more sunlight than Denise is, how is it not true? You're
but
dark.
I'm saying we're not gonna be the same. We're not gonna be the same color though. Because this not me and me that's reflecting me to express different.
Are we the same?
No, we're not gonna be the same color.
Why are we? No, I didn't say color. Are we not the same?
I don't know what you mean as far as the same what? As far as under what category?
Are we not both humans?
Yeah, we both humans.
Is she a human?
Yes.
Are white people humans?
Yes.
Are Asians humans?
So that's why I'm asking you, why are people that's living by the equator, why are some hella white and some hella black?
You can't find a hella white person living near the equator.
In the Philippines, them niggas ain't. Some of them niggas is like a high yellow.
Go in the Philippines and show me white people living in the equator in the fucking Philippines.
I ain't saying why. I'm saying that it's different skin. Somebody is. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Hold on.
Yeah, you saved by the motherfucking bell. Go ahead, Honey Clark. You were saying something. Still gonna come down to UV rays. People are absorbing more sunlight than others. Why the hell you think white people ain't getting black? They go out there and get all kind of shit. Huh?
I just think he don't want to believe it.
Yeah,
I
because he
don't.
keep
I
on
mean, my
saying
thing is you can learn it
that.
without believing it, though. Even if you want to believe what you believe, if you want to represent the theory correctly, or
What's
know
up,
it,
but can
you
you hear me
still
or do I
know
got to
it.
come back out and come back in?
Your loud ass.
I hear you.
Okay.
You can
Okay. Now,
still know it without believing.
no, what I'm saying is that so just like when I think it was you or I don't know, somebody showed a video the other day where the people in Guatemala they had the same skin tone as damn near a white person, but they down there by the equator, and people is telling me that they are the descendants of the people from down there.
Okay.
So I'm saying, okay, if they the descendants, why are they not reflecting the same thing as as
Eno,
their descendants if they're
Eno,
living in the same
Eno,
environment of where
Eno,
the sun is at?
Eno. What is their environment like? The people that you're referring to, can you explain to us the living conditions of those people? Do you know the living conditions and their environment?
It's the same. It's the same conditions that it was.
Asking you a direct fucking question because I know what the fuck you're talking about and you're not answering my goddamn question. Do
Okay.
you know the living conditions of them people phenotypically expressing the way that they do? Because you don't know the answer to it because you ain't studied it or paid attention to it. And why I keep telling your ass that you can't find no motherfucking people near the equator that are not the skin variations of what we've been showing you from different shades of hue of wheat. They ain't all in the sun. So when you sitting here talking about this or that or showing this or that, it's because we know UV radiation plays a key intricate part in why some people melanin pop the way it pop and others do not. I'm not fucking blue black. I'm not fucking blue black, and I don't live near the Sudan. But we can go right to the fucking Sudan in certain parts of the Sudan, and we will see damn near blue black people that can stand out there in the sun all goddamn day and absorb it and won't even break a fucking sweat. While my ass over there sweating like a motherfucker, like I've been working all goddamn day. There's a reason for that. And then we can go not even 20 miles south or north of them damn people that I just mentioned that can sit out there in the goddamn sun and not even sweat and find people that look just like me and you. And their asses is sweating. There is a reason for that, bro. That is why Africa is the most diverse continent on the planet. Because it gives us all those gene expressions. I mean, those phenotypical, since you stuck in the crayon box, it gives us all of that there. Even the fucking Berbers that been admixing with Europeans for so goddamn long and they starting to look pale. You have to take into account that we don't live in a crayon box. This mind frame that you have about being stuck on color so damn much, and we talk about it so much with you, because that's the only thing that really we talking about with you. It ain't even really the history, because we'll correct you on that, and you'll say fuck all of that, and then they go right back into, but they don't look like me and you though, Sean P. But they don't look like us, Sean P. They don't look like us, Sean. You can't tell me that these people been here, Sean P. If they don't look like us, Sean, everybody was black. Everybody black around here, Sean P. No,
Not everybody.
no, bro. They look how they look due to what they're either protecting themselves from or what they are exposed to. There's different variations. There's no way around it. You can't say, well, that ain't right. This ain't right. You gotta know the evidence. If you have no evidence to support why you're saying this ain't right or that ain't right, you have a belief and you're entitled to your belief. But don't involve your belief on a panel with people that are providing actual evidence to tell you and explain to you how shit go. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. to read in full the wiki article on human skin so your ass can fucking understand the dynamics of why people's skin express the way that it does. There's no black skin gene. Can't use it. There ain't no gene that make you black. Why the fuck you ain't blue black?
That's what I'm saying. People in the same area, everybody ain't blue black in the same area. So
And I
that's
said
what
that.
I'm saying.
And I said that. But there are people that are indigenous to those particular regions that are fucking blue black on the continent of Africa. So
Yeah,
why you
that's like there's people that's blue black in different places too, but within that same area,
black and
but
different?
within that same area,
Is
it's
everybody in
but within
Australia
that
black as hell? Is everybody on that continent of Australia black as hell? Yes or no?
not everybody.
Right. And there's a goddamn reason for that. And you still trying to sit up here and act like there's no reason for that in the United States. And I'm telling you that it is. So while you're trying to look for something that ain't never here, you don't have the
But
evidence for that.
okay, but y'all telling me that the reason that it ain't no that it's so called that it wasn't no black and blue people in America is because of the way that the sun hit America.
Bro, do you think that there are Indians that are, the native peoples that are descendants of the first peoples in the Americas that would be anything like the Sudanese that are blue black? Hell fucking no. Why would
Why
they?
wouldn't they?
Why would they? They ain't been here, they ain't been near the equator to express those genes. They don't even have it genetically in them. So the darkest as they can get is gonna be what you're gonna see. But then, like honey, Denise told you, when the fucking wintertime come around this bitch, the motherfuckers is goddamn when it lightens up, the motherfuckers gonna express a different way. But that's because they ain't always exposing themselves to daylight or sunlight as much as everybody else, and they can't absorb that much UV rays. At some point, they have to protect themselves. That's why people cover up. Even the people that's down there that's butt naked and ain't got on nothing but a straw skirt, running around there and handling their business the way they handle their business, culturally, handling their business the way they handle their business, they still are protecting themselves in the sunlight. A lot of them have tattooed their bodies even for protection. But you don't want to get into that. You don't want to have that conversation because that's going to take you to a whole nother realm of what you don't understand about these people's culture that's been down there, indigenous to those lands for quite some time. So you don't want to talk about that. So you need to stay somewhere where you're safe because you ain't safe when it comes to skin tone. And I keep telling you that scientifically, it's pseudo as fuck. I'm
Hey, man,
only in this.
I can swim in any water, man.
Seem
I
to
can
be.
swim in any water, man.
You can't do nothing, bro. You can't
I
even
can
tell me
swim in
why.
any water. Just give me a little time to get my details
You can't
together,
tell me
and
why
I can
you
swim in
black.
any water with you,
You can't
homie.
tell me why you black.
What you mean?
You
What
can't.
you mean? Why I'm black?
You black.
Because it was passed down through my peoples.
Who? How? What people would pass that down to you?
And people that expressed that was already over
Who?
here.
Who? What people? What no people over here in North America expressing that? How?
Yeah, the Mayans was expressing my skin tone.
No. You
Yeah, they were.
ain't nowhere near the Mayan. You don't look nothing like the Mayan. You don't express none of the genes that they express. Because guess what?
Yes, I do.
When you say that you're a Mayan, guess what you're saying? That you
That I'm a,
also
that
have
I'm an Aboriginal.
no, you also saying that you have archaic human in you. So you got Neanderthal and Denovisan genes in you? Hmm? Hmm?
Nah, they. I mean,
Do
if
you
that's what
have
they got, if
and
that's what the Mayans got, then yeah, man, I got it.
you have Denovisan and
If that's what the Mayans got, then I got it.
you ain't got shit, bro. You ain't even got no evidence. Honey Clark, where you at?
Man, I thought you said that the Denovians wasn't even nowhere. I thought you
I'm
said
right
that the
here.
Denovians went far into the east of Asia.
They did. Do you know how
So,
close that is
so
to
why would
you?
he bring that up in America?
What?
Also, y'all saying that they was the ones that had the admixture with the moderns, humans.
Sounds like you're listening.
This motherfucker back in Dallas.
Like,
Didn't even want to take it out. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. I had to take a
where
phone
do you
call. Go
think
ahead.
from? Um, like, okay, when they're saying that they came over here, how do you think that they came over here? You know, because you like I thought you said they was in Asia. Asia is very close to California and Alaska and all of those places.
Well, I thought y'all said before the moderns even made their migration that the archaics had died out.
It's over here. I mean, but they still have their admixture in there. They still have the mix. Modern humans got like a little bit of everything, you know. Everybody got a little percentage of Homo sapiens. Asians, Native Americans definitely have the Denisovans, right? It's they're all mixed in, but they may have died out, but they were still mixed in before that. You don't read like you gotta you need to read something
Yeah, but I'm
on
gonna do
this.
some. I'm gonna do some. Some. I'm gonna get right. I guess in the genealogy field. Whenever I get there. But I was just. I seen
Genealogy,
that he had told.
but even before that, like you should read the other part. Because my thing is, you don't have to. I think you wrestle with it because it's going against what you believe happened. But you can have your belief over here. But if you're going to know the theory, you should be able to say, okay, well, the African theory says this, or the evolutionary theory says this, or the theory of how Native Americans came over here says this, and be able to say it correctly. And now, if you believe
Well,
something
the native.
different than the
Well, the
theory,
Native Americans
that's
don't say
different.
that they came. Well, the Native Americans don't say they came through no Bering Strait. They say
That's a
but that
lie.
they.
Giving Troy in the chat and Thomas, Oklahoma in the chat, and several other Native
I'm
Americans.
saying
I think
as
he's talking
far
about. I think he's talking
as
about origin stories.
Yeah, this
okay.
They have
origin
origin
stories are
stories.
totally different than what the science says, bro. And they do not dismiss the science. They do not dismiss the science. They also understand and interpret that their history, as far as old tradition
I'm
says,
saying they just
hold
changed their
on.
history only
You
30 years,
you are not
or
finna
20
put
years
words in these
ago.
people's mouth. You are not finna put words in these people's mouth. I'm telling you, they follow the science, but there are people that also adhere to their fucking origin stories. Period. Point blank. There's nothing wrong with having a goddamn oral tradition and a story that's saying one thing and another. But there's another when you have the goddamn science that explains your existence and how you came to be in these motherfucking places. They weren't here. Neither was your ass. Because if your ass was here when they arrived, you would have went to war with them. And you can't find no mass bodies dead somewhere from a fucking war between the earlier people that inhabited this motherfucker and you if you was already here. They came here, they walked in the trap, took over the trap with no fight. That means they gained access to all resources without a scratch. And that makes absolutely no fucking sense because everywhere in human history, when we encountered each other, it was a war for resources. We were protecting what we encountered. If you lost, your ass either walked away and went some goddamn where else, or you were integrated into the society and you grew and developed.
And that's what happened over
All
here.
humans, no matter where the fuck we are, did the same bullshit. We fought for resources. We needed to feed our children. We needed to feed the elders. We needed to feed and protect the women. That's why the women also hunted in certain traditions and cultures. More specifically, in Africa, they'll hunt in certain parts of Africa. But you ain't finna sit here and tell me that these people that you talking about, that you trying to replace, you trying to remove them out of history and replace them with some bullshit that you just ran into after you got out of the penitentiary. You're not finna tell me that you got evidence for your belief beyond what you learned when you got out of jail, bro.
I'm saying they don't have belief beyond a doubt.
No,
because they still wrestling over the truth.
I'm not letting you talk. You've been African American, nigga, for you in your 40s. You've been African American for 35 plus fucking years. Really 38, because you're about 45. So you for 38 years of your life, you've been African American. The last few years of your life, you didn't change from being an African to a goddamn something that nobody on earth know who the fuck you are, and then you finna sit here and turn around and tell us, more specifically, that you're a different group of human being. You're your own fucking human being. Can't even prove it. Go ahead, Vino. Say what the fuck you gotta say. Goddamn mutant.
I mean, Homo sapiens sapiens is mutants, right? If that's a logic that you're going with. But yeah, man, like I was saying, man, but just like you were saying, stuff be being passed down. Stuff is passed down through people, so people gonna express a certain express from the environment. And I'm
So is your
asking
problem literally only the skin color?
why ain't they skin color expressing they people's so-called, if they them people, why they not expressing the same way within that same environment? Because ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed with the environment. The weather's still good. The sun still come out. Matter of fact, they say that it's even hotter more now. They say that
I just been sitting
it's hotter more now, so niggas should be way blacker more down there now.
You sound to the audience, and this shit's recorded, and I'm cutting you off because you don't know how fucking stupid you sound right now, bro. You sound completely idiotic to the simple fact that all we ask you for is some evidence, and all you got is mere pushback. Mere pushback. You're trying to create doubt because you don't have evidence. You're trying to falsify some shit without evidence. You're trying to rewrite human history without evidence. You're trying to not recreate. You're trying to create a whole new genre of human existence without evidence. There's not a lick of any records, anything from any field of science to prove existence of you being your ancestors being here before the natives, the paleos. None.
I'm saying that the Mayans don't look like the Siberians.
You are not a fucking Mayan. You're not.
The Mayans don't.
None of you are. You don't have a lick of evidence that would point you in the direction of the goddamn Mayans.
Who are Mayan people? Who are the Mayans in 2024?
The same people that been there for the last few thousand years.
And these niggas is goddamn fucking white skin. That's what I'm telling you,
They are
nigga.
not white.
They're not white. They never look
Come
white.
on, man. These niggas got the same skin
They
as a white
never
person.
look white. I showed you the video of that lady, and she never looked white. What the
Man,
fuck are you talking
tripping,
about?
man.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You
Yes,
just
I
keep
do, man. You tripping, man. These niggas is man. These niggas, man. When niggas is talking about,
You
okay,
don't
you a
know what you're
dude,
talking about.
you a
You
dude,
literally
you
said
a dude,
Mayans.
you a dude.
Sit your ass in the back for 30 seconds for penalty on a flag on the play for falsification of the goddamn Mayan. 15-yard personal foul. Roughing the passer. Running around this bitch, just hitting people for no reason. Mayan. Motherfucker, you ain't no damn Mayan. You ain't got a single
I
source.
don't understand what he was saying.
He don't know what he's saying. He don't fucking know what he's saying.
Because I'm light skinned, but I'm clearly my ancestors clearly came from Africa, right? So like I'm not understanding what he's getting at. If I go back in my lineage, of course I'm gonna have people who are
Oh,
darker.
he thinks that the
But
motherfuckers
are you
is
gonna tell me I'm not from the same place? Huh?
he trying to tell you that the fucking Mayans are dark skinned. He don't know shit about
He said the Mayans are dark and not light. He said I thought he was saying that they're light, so then they're not.
No, the Mayans
showing
today are light. The Mayans back then was dark. That's what the
right
fuck he's saying.
darker.
Tell him, Vino, what you trying to say.
Yo, if the heat index and everything is so hot right now, we having the ice. The heat is melting the ice and everything up there. It's more hotter now.
Do not
So
mention the heat index. Do not mention the heat index. Do not mention the environment. Do not do that. Tell us how the
I said
fuck
that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Why do you think the Mayan are black?
Because the Mexicans, the Indians, the Eskimos, the Siberians, when a man and a woman have a kid, they not producing a dark brown, a brown, or anything that what the Mayans express, phenotypes express.
What make you think that there's black people in Central and South America that are black? What make you think that?
Well, for one, from their skin expression, and then from their hairstyles.
Let me show you fucking real Mayan people. Enough is a goddamn enough, bro. You making up shit on the fly, and every time you do that, bro, I be trying to save you. I be trying to save you, bro, and you ain't peeping it. You need to see real fucking. You said these people are fucking white. You don't know shit about these people, bro.
Yeah, that person you just showed that was sitting in the chair, it's not expressing that. Come on, man. Look at that girl. Look at that girl in the middle. Stop that, man. So you a guy.
What? That's not white.
I'm saying you a guy. Me and you is a guy. When we hollering at ladies.
These are not white people.
When we hollering at ladies.
These are not white people.
When we hollering at ladies.
Nothing about them is
okay, when we hollering at ladies and let's say that you say that you just is macking on a Latin or a Spanish or a Mexican or something like that. It's a certain type of look that you was expecting for that person to look like, right? If I was said that I was talking to a yellow or I was talking to a red, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Right here. Look right here.
That ain't what the Mayans, man. These is caramel people. These is caramel.
This is the reason why I showed you.
That ain't what the ancients look like.
You said this ain't what the ancient people look like. Look at this motherfucker's skin, bro.
No, it's not.
Look at him.
That's
Look at him.
caramel.
He ain't white.
He the same color. No, he not white. He not white, but he not.
Hold on, time out, Vino. Pause. Honey Clark. Honey Clark.
Yes.
I'm calling you Honey fucking Clark. Did you better fucking answer?
I'm right here. Oh, right.
Did he not just call these motherfuckers white?
Yes.
Now he's saying they're caramel people. Wouldn't this? If we just going by the skin variation alone, don't look at his face. Just look at the skin on his arm. Wouldn't that look like some black people? You know that skin tone variation.
Yeah. I mean, but they're just, I don't know. I mean, I don't know his definition of white.
No, it ain't even necessarily just dealing with white because he backtracked on that bullshit. He trying to say that the fucking Mayan people had to be, as far as their skin tone, dark in complexion. And there ain't shit among the Mayan that was dark in complexion. When we have their DNA, dude, we got their DNA. We got the DNA, bro. Look at these people. This ain't no new ass people. These ain't new people. You so caught up in skin. That's a white man. The fuck, bruh? Like you really over here. You really over here on some bullshit. Talking about they ain't black. Where's the evidence that the Mayan people were black, bro? Where's the burial sites, the genetic studies, the archaeology, the paleontology, even in their artistic expression? And when they expressed black in their artistic expression, we knew exactly what the fuck they was talking about. Excuse me for cussing so much, but we knew what they were talking about. Dude's tripping. People down there during COVID recording. What are you talking about? Fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Now bring your ass back and have a little bit more sense than you just had.
All right, so with that same person you just tried to front on, could white people be that color?
Let me go to Spain real quick. Let me do that. Let me go.
Okay, it's people in Spain that color?
Just give me a second, brother. I'm trying to help you out.
It's the Turks? Is the Turks that color?
Give me a second, brother. I'm trying to help you out. This is what I mean by wheat. This is you finna walk right back in my point about looking at wheat.
That nigga French Montana is that color, man. Come on.
French Montana is a fucking North African Berber. These are Spanish people. You call it, look, that ain't no Spanish person. She learning Spanish. Them people over there in Spain have a different hue.
Look at those Spanish people, man. Look at them, man.
Shit, don't look shit like the motherfucker that we just had on the screen.
Man, I'm saying they in the area. They right by the equator.
Oh, they not in the area. They ain't by the equator.
They in Central America.
They are not.
These niggas at the tropic cancer. These niggas at the tropic of Cancer.
They are near the Mediterranean. They ain't nowhere near the equator. What are you talking about, bro? Like that. You just sitting here just going crazy. You going crazy, bro. That line go right
Oh
down
no,
there.
man! I was talking about the people in the islands, man. Yeah, man. I know the people up there in Spain ain't by the
But you ain't being clear. We
equator.
talking about Spain. That's what I'm saying. You all over the place. We were just talking about Spain, and then you're gonna turn around and say that. I wasn't talking about Spain.
Because that's why I asked you earlier, what's the range that you was giving white boys?
What you mean range? I'm giving white boys. What you mean? I ain't giving nobody nothing.
Okay, y'all did say earlier that it was different skin tones of white people, right?
Let me do this. Live on the air. I want y'all to look at this. Let me get my right image a week. That's a good picture, but that ain't what I'm trying to get. That's a good picture, but that ain't what I'm trying to get. This is a really good picture, but it ain't the picture that I'm looking for. You see this? You see the different variations just right there. But it ain't the picture that I'm trying to get. I ain't even trying to use that on you. But that's just showing you the variation right there within itself. I can use this, but it ain't it. But the reason that I said I can use this is because if you look at this wheat very closely on certain parts of the wheat, you're going to see darker than the other side of the wheat, which is going to reflect lighter. But I ain't trying to use that either. You keep trying to use your variation of something that you don't even understand to argue about someone's existence and their phenotype in a region that ain't even inhabited by anybody that look like you.
I'm saying the people had documented their history just like the Egyptians, and they
No.
used color.
Hey, you see this? Do you see this? Look at the screen. You see the image on the screen? You see the image on the screen? All of that is wheat. Do you see different variations of wheat on this image?
Yeah.
Don't you see that expressed around the world today? Come on, Vino. Don't get quiet now. Don't get quiet now.
And that's why I'm asking you.
Don't get quiet now. You see this on the screen.
Yeah, and when you saying that the reason that the wheat is coming out a different color is because the sun is hitting them, and because they not getting the same amount of sun.
Vino,
You saying? Oh my God!
You see this on the screen.
What do they got to do? Okay, so you saying that the wheat is human?
The wheat.
So you saying that the wheat is human?
Hold on. Personal foul. 15-yard penalty for being stupid. 100 Clark.
What?
Don't fucking get quiet. This is what you wanted. Don't get quiet.
You keep going in circles with him about this color.
Do you see different variations of wheat on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you not also see that when you look across the world map at human beings on the planet Earth?
Yeah.
Look closely at the picture. My entire point of showing you this is how close we are to wheat. There's many shades. Listen, brown, there's many shades of brown. There's some people that just try to simplify it and say everyone on earth is a different shade of brown. And then you have from the darkest brown to the lightest of brown. But most people can't fathom that. They'll say, well, in their mind, they're only thinking about one color brown. They're thinking about just brown. Everybody's brown. If you think about it, everybody's brown. Now, what shade of brown depends. You have a light brown, and then you have variations in between that light brown that would get you all the way up to the darkest brown. Now, once we understand that, this concept that the fucking Mayan were the darkest brown, or black people, what we're using today as African American, or people that look like us in America today, was the fucking Mayans, you're absolutely insane. She hates the word melanated now. Yeah, because they didn't fuck the word up. Not knowing what it meant. Unmute, Vino. Get your ass off the mute button. Come on. Try to come on. Try to save your life. Try to save your life because you finna drop Come on.
I'm good, man. I'm swimming backwards right now, man. I'm feeling real good in the deep waters, man. But
that's what's up.
So what you're saying is the reason that the wheat is showing a different expressions.
Hold on. Honey Clark, take over the conversation because I need to call my brother real quick.
Lord.
Okay, so y'all saying that the wheat is giving off different expressions because of the different sunlight, correct?
Sure, where you going with that? You're about to talk about people in sunlight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going with it. So why they not all expressing the same phenotype if they in the same environment? Damn, what the fuck is that?
Besides some of it being genetics.
Okay, so the genetics gonna play a big part. Okay. So the genetics
All
gonna
of
play
it's
a
gonna
big
play a part all together.
part.
It's all gonna play a part together.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that they ain't got the genetics as the originals.
The originals is crazy.
Because the originals had the genetics to where whenever they out there like that they gonna look a certain way. Do you agree with that?
So you say, okay, are you talking about people or are you talking about wheat still? Because you put them
It's the
together,
same
you
thing,
conflate it.
right? I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Somewhat. I mean, but you're not fucking growing in a field though. Like a lot of stuff
But
determine
I'm
things
saying
about you.
people is in the same area, they growing up in the same household, they
That
going
don't
outside
no,
within the
that's not
same
necessarily the
area.
same. You'll have
Huh?
things that are similar, but your genetics will still play a part. Because I know you grew up around people who look different than you. Y'all kids don't look the same. Y'all don't look the same. Even though y'all all are in the same area and grew up around the same stuff.
Right. And I'm saying they not showing them genetics.
They're not showing the genetics of the wheat or the people.
They're not showing the genetics of the Mayans. He showed me all people that basically would be considered yellow bone. You know, like people like with your color almost, basically.
Okay. And you saying that you think that the earlier Mayans were not that color.
Yeah, they was their color, but they was also my color and darker.
So I mean, but what is your hang up on it? Is your hang up what's the hang up here? Are you trying to say that they aren't the same people? Or are you saying that something happened that
Nah, they
created
definitely not the
their
same
skin tone to
people.
be different? So you think they're
Yeah,
not the same
if they
people
was
because
the
they have
same
different
people, their
skin
skin
tone?
tone to be different. If they was the same people, their skin tone to be different.
So you think that the Mayans today would be darker?
Definitely.
So do you have? But I don't know how you're how are you getting that? Because like there isn't an actual. You don't have a picture of them, right? From if there's no pictures, so you're going by what drawings or
Yeah, I'm gonna go by the drawings that they did their own self.
and so you think that that's I don't know how to say it like true to form. The drawing is that's exactly what what it is. Cause like if somebody could go in the future and make a caricature of you, and what would that be exactly how you look? No.
All right, so
So you
basically
think
what you're
that
saying is like,
because they look at
so
you, like
basically
you
what
think
you,
that these pictures look like you, that they are your type of people and not the people who are here today, regardless of how many years or thousands of years that's coming in between or whatever.
so that's what I'm saying. Just like he was saying, you know, thousands of years that, you know, the Sudan people been over there, so they gonna, you know, express a certain way because they over there by the equator, they by the sun, so they gonna look a certain way. So that's what I'm saying. If they peoples was already a certain color and they was already expressing that 500, no, I'm gonna say goddamn 12,000, not 12, but 1200 years ago, I mean, would you expect for them to be darker for the environment?
Yeah. Well, we just talked about that, right? We just talked about the how all the ancient humans were darker, and then we talked about the light gene coming somewhere like 12,000, I think, to 15,000 years ago. Hello. So at some
Oh yeah,
point,
my bad.
you're
Oh
telling
yeah,
me
my bad.
that
15,000 years
all
ago, but they were still dark over here 15,000 years ago.
right. So what you're saying is that all you think that you're related to every ancient human because all
No, what I'm saying that
The Neanderthals were that color, Denisovans are that color, Homo sapiens are that color. Like, all of them were right. So you're saying that well, since they all are that, I'm all these different species.
no, I'm saying that my peoples didn't come on no boat. So then I'm
But
also
how are you
looking at the
making it distinct? But how are you making a distinction though? Like he showed you Neanderthal, you said that's a black man, right? He showed you the Homo sapien. Oh, no, that's a black woman.
okay, okay,
Okay,
okay,
so if
okay,
you're
so,
just looking
okay.
at these
So what
people and
would you?
saying that
Okay,
they're
so
all
what?
black,
Okay, okay. So what would you consider that person? A white man?
I would consider them a Homo sapien and a Neanderthal.
Nah, we talking black and
I
white.
wouldn't put
What
the
you
color
going?
on there.
We
There was
talking?
no
No,
color.
that's what. No, we
See,
talking
the
black and white.
Vito, the color, the
No,
color
we
black and
talking.
white thing. That dichotomy came though
Okay, all right.
with slavery and with all of that stuff, right? Because before
Okay, all
that,
right,
that wasn't there, right? So we wouldn't have even
all right.
thought of that because they everybody was that color. So then now, how are you making this distinction? You can't just look at the color.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If everybody's this
Everybody was
color,
their color, and if you coming in after the
but
fact a
everybody
different
was that
color,
color,
then that mean
but
that you're
everybody
not the
wasn't the same.
original.
No,
But
what
that's
I'm
why I'm
saying
saying
is
if
that
you
everybody is
coming in
that
a
color,
different
but
color,
everybody is not the same. They're not all the
I'm
same
saying
though.
if
Even
you
though they're all that
coming in
color,
not
they're all.
the I'm saying if you coming in not the original color of the originals, then that mean that you're not the same as the originals.
How is
If you
that?
come in late in the game,
Well, that don't make no sense because if your child is born with something different than you, does that make them not part of you?
okay. So what you saying is that
What?
you're then. So what you saying is that you're then Europe done basically done what's the word I'm looking for? I wouldn't say wiped out, but the Europeans done had so much
The
sex
white
that they
out
done
is still
changed
the
the
same.
color. That they
No,
done
it's still
changed
the
the
same.
color
It's
in
okay,
America.
but you can move down to, let's say you move down to like Haiti, right? And you had a child, right? And they lived there their entire life, right? They will probably grow up with a different tolerance to heat than you. They will grow up with a different type of food that they're eating than you grew up and everything because of where they grew up, right? Even though they're your
Nah,
child.
because they got that gene in them, right?
But they still have a different they're going to be different because of where they grew up from birth. If from birth they grew up here, right? You probably
And
be
and
like, it's
and and
sweltering,
and
but they used to this
and that's what I'm
because
saying.
they
I'm like,
grew
oh,
up.
you just proved my point. You just proved my point because they showing something
But
different.
they're still part of you. So you're gonna tell me that they're still not you though?
But how?
They
But
are.
how
They
are
just
they
growing
still
up in a
part of
different
me?
place
If
than you.
how are they still part of
Because they
me if
came
they
from
not
you. What you mean?
okay? But that's up for question. We gotta do a DNA test for the simple fact that these people came over here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. These people that came over here. Now things is looking different, and when things is looking different, people is trying to say they originals when they ain't when they mixed up now.
But you don't even
But
have
then when it's
a
still some,
standard for
but then
what you're
again, when it's
calling
still,
original.
but then
What's your
again, it's still
standard
some
for what you're calling
originals.
original?
But then again, it's still some originals running around though.
Yeah, but what's your standard for original? What's the check marks that you do to be like, yep, this person's original, these people aren't?
Still from your skin tone.
That's it.
Nah, that's gonna play a big part. And then we're
Okay,
gonna go
so
with the
what
hair. And then we're gonna go with the
hair?
hair.
What about the hair?
Then, and then we're just gonna go with just how
Wait, wait,
you
wait,
look.
wait, wait. What about the hair? What about the hair?
If your hair ain't if your hair too straight, then we're gonna have to look at it.
But why? We know that the original humans, the ones that you call archaic, had straight hair, right? You said they had fur,
Now y'all said that everybody had fur, just around like
right?
their
So
whole
that's
body.
it's fur. So is fur like curly hair, or what's that? Is it usually straight?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask him some more
Oh,
questions about that because I'm trying to see what's he saying that the Africans was running around with Afro bodies.
Afro bodies. Jesus, Afro bodies. You think they hair? They could pick their arm hair and stuff.
I
No, they
mean,
won't
that's how
receive
y'all
it.
was kind of drawing it out. That's 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 how y'all was drawing it out. You know what I'm saying?
Most babies do not walk around with Afro bodies. Oh my god. It's like your arm hair, your leg hair. Like those aren't like afros, right?
Okay, so you saying that we all got that same type of hair? It's the same.
Yeah, like I mean, I understand the hair that grows on top of your head now is like different. But Afro bodies, bro. Okay, so you say hair. So to
So
you,
you
you
said
think
so
that
you saying that
an
the hair on
original human has afros?
okay, so you saying that the hair on people's legs grow the same?
Oh no, but what I'm saying is that that doesn't look like an afro, right? Like you had hair all over your body. That hair does not like you can't pick it and make it stand straight up, right? Hello? That's
Hold
why I'm
on, you say
wondering
what
where you
now?
get it. I'm saying you can't pick that hair, like you said, afro, but like that our hair before
No, I'm saying, man, I know
signified like how we are
I'm saying,
now.
man, I know black dude. I'm saying, man, I know black dudes with hairy legs, and they hairy legs don't look the same as white boy hairy legs.
Okay. Okay. So, but you think that straight hair is not that of an original human, despite the original human having that, archaic humans having that.
Well, I thought the original human of the modern human was the African type.
Oh Jesus. Oh, okay. So you're going from archaic to modern. You
Well,
feel
that's what
like
y'all said, that the
the modern
modern
human,
is us.
and you think that the modern human basically look like a African of today, the
Uh,
modern Homo sapien. Okay.
so, but did
I mean, I'm
that
just trying to
woman that
get
he
your
showed on
logic.
it? But did that woman that he shown was shown on that on the picture? Did she look like an African? Huh?
A little, a little, yeah.
Just a little bit. Oh, okay, then that's all that matters. Okay, so what else did she look like? Did she look like a white person?
I know. Well, she was
Who you
darker, but
talking
her
about?
hair.
Who look like a white person?
He talked about that lady, the first lady that you had that was the person mating with the Homo sapiens. I'm trying to get his standard on what the original human looks like
I don't even know why you're doing that. He don't know.
because I want to know what he's
He has
thinking
no
and where he's
standard though
getting it
because he
from.
doesn't know. He
He
doesn't
does.
know.
He's saying that they have dark skin.
He calling
Um,
everybody black, and that ain't even the case. That's the fucking
he,
problem. When I say he ain't got no
he
standard,
said
he don't
the
even
hair.
understand it.
So
He
what
said
you
the
giving them,
hair.
Sean P? Is you giving them white,
Giving who white?
the original?
Bruh, white wasn't even the
There's no
pigmentation.
such thing as original,
No, we
but
going. No, we
his
going off. We
originals
going
is
off
modern
white and black.
humans.
No, I'm
We
finna kick
going off
your
white.
ass again, bro.
No, we going off white,
I
black, and
don't play those
Asian and
games.
Indian.
I don't play those games because
Okay, you don't play them
none of them
games.
are
Okay.
relevant. None of them are relevant in human history. Those are all
What you mean
social.
they not relevant? Okay, so you saying they not irrelevant? So you saying people was all look the same?
All
How
right.
they not relevant and people don't look the same?
Before the 19th century, I mean, and I'm being specific as far as race is concerned. Before the 19th century, there was no race. Before the Europeans began to start exploring, going places
How
and
wasn't
running,
no race when they was expressing race in the Bible?
I had to put you in the bag, bro.
Oh man, wait. He said people had Afro bodies.
I had to put him in the bag. I had to put him in the bag. This dude said that they was expressing something in a book that just came out 400 years ago, 500. There was no Vino. There was no goddamn Bible 1,000 years ago, 800 years ago, 600, 700 years ago, 600 years ago. The oldest Bible that you have that you're talking about is new, nigga. The printing press wasn't even out. The printing press ain't even that goddamn old. So they were not being racial. That whole curse of ham bullshit, them motherfuckers made all that shit up. They made it up for justification. That's why I said the book was a tool used to enslave people. That's how they used it and argued from it. I'm not even religious. I don't get into Christianity, Judaism. I don't get into Islam. I don't care nothing about none of them Abrahamic faiths. I don't care nothing about Hinduism. I don't care nothing about Buddha. None of that. Can't come to me talking about that bull junk. I don't care nothing about none of that. My point is this, bro. Race is a social construct. 19th century. Prior to that, in the 13th and 14th century, the very first racist people that Africans ever encountered was the Muslims. But it wasn't even a race that they were using against them. They were using culture. They used culture as a demarcation for their racism in that era. The same way that Europeans used race in the 18th and the late 18th and 19th century.
Hey, hold on, man. Let me, hey, man,
I got hold on, nothing.
Nah, man, hold on, man. I'm gonna have to get off the show for a little bit, man. I'm gonna tap that with y'all later on, man.
Get off the show.
Yeah. Today at school? What happened?
You done pissed him off so bad. Vito, you're still here. Sean, you're not here. Oh my God. The mind of an apple is crazy. Hey, NAC, bro. He done pissed Sean off so bad he left. Like,
nah, I ain't do that. StreamYard did it, bro. I ain't kicked myself off at all. I was like, why my StreamYard reset? It might be.
And this dude said that people was walking around with afro bodies. Because
what is an afro body?
Hair. You said that. You said they had hair all over our bodies.
Yeah, I ain't say no afro bodies.
So because he thinks the original man has an afro.
No, when did he say afro body? While I was gone.
You was gone, bro.
Oh my goodness.
When I asked him what the standard was for original human, he was saying dark skin because you was saying that the archaic humans all had dark skin. So he went with the dark skin. And then he said the hair not being straight. And I was like, well, wait a minute, if we're going off of the archaic humans, and they had hair all over their bodies, how did you think that? He said, yeah, I was trying to wonder if he was saying we had afro bodies.
That nigga don't even understand
because his belief that the original humans had this kinky hair, so he was feeling like it was just thick all over their body. Oh my God.
This dude retarded.
And I'm like, you can't pick the hair that's on your legs and arms. Like, I mean, I guess some people can. I don't know, but afro bodies took me out. I can't even get further because I can't stop thinking about it. The picture in it is crazy. So now he was trying to get his visual of what a
That's the problem.
original human is
Fucking up.
by going off of modern humans and ancient humans. So he's saying a modern human, whatever that looked like 300,000 years ago, is the original human.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Which is why it was like, okay, well, that's Homo sapien. Okay, well, where did the Denisovan and Neanderthal come in at when they came over here? Because you were saying that they would have high levels of that in them, and he wasn't understanding that part because he felt like the Mayans looked like Africans, so he didn't understand how they would look any different than the lady in the picture you showed that was with the Neanderthals, because she didn't have all of those things mixed in her, but the people over here supposedly did, even though they look like her.
How? 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 Hold
How
on.
did what?
Say that again.
So the person you showed, remember, because when you came in, he was talking
No,
about the lady you
the
showed
person that
that,
I showed. I'm with you. I got that.
yeah, so her. He was saying that that lady was just a Homo sapien.
What?
But when you were talking about the people over here, the Mayans, this is
Mm-hmm.
what he's saying. The Mayans over here supposedly have Neanderthal and Denisovan, right? In them. So he's trying to understand how um were they have that admixture when they look just like the lady who you showed at the beginning.
This dude retarded, bro.
Because
I'm
everything
telling
is
you,
liquorship.
I'm telling you, this stream has been ridiculous. I mean, I really thought that we was on to something, and all the while I was wasting my time. I kept fighting for no reason, and you
He
kept on.
understands that,
You,
but he
no,
don't understand how the movement. Like he gets
mm-mm.
the original human part, the
You
original
keep
human.
trying to.
Oh
You
my
keep.
god,
There's no such thing as original
archaic
human.
humans,
You keep.
the
You keep.
archaic human
Now
and
you
modern
fucking.
human.
Now you fucking up.
Because he had me saying original. The archaic and modern human, he understands that. I don't think he understands the admixture and coming over here because he has a hard time with timelines.
Nah, that nigga dumb.
Like it's like he would need a I don't want to say a children's program, but like something that shows the walk between,
Nah, that nigga dumb.
how they all migrated. Okay, Sean.
I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. Vino, I'm calling you dumb. You just dumb, bro.
I don't think so. He regurgitated, well, not regurgitated, but he was able to
No,
say
he
in his own
dumb.
words about the things that you
He
said.
dumb. He dumb.
Uh,
He dumb.
I don't think he's dumb.
D09 dumb. No comprehension at all. And then when he knows when he got corrected, he wouldn't repeat that shit. When you said, no, say it with him, Vino. That nigga wasn't trying to say that shit.
Yeah,
Because he
because
dumb.
he felt. I mean, but I understand that feeling too. It's the feeling of overcoming a belief or something that you held as the truth for a minute. So to say something else is kind of like, what? No, I don't want to do it. But that's why I told him, like, it's not going to hinder your belief to learn the truth about the theory. If you want to
He
say
said,
this is the
oh,
theory
he
and
said this.
say it correctly,
No, no, he gonna tell you that this shit ain't the theory. The theory is not the facts. They don't have all the facts. So
no,
what you
he
gonna?
did. He said they were built on facts.
No, that nigga, that boy,
Afro bodies.
that boy's slow.
Well, I did. I wanted to know where he was getting the original human thing. Like, where are you getting that from? And what's you're
I just
saying
got
you're a Neanderthal. You're saying you're Cro-Magnon. You're saying you everything. You are a Negrito. They ain't got no kind of African. So I don't know what like.
Don't nut. This is why the elbows don't come over here.
We were
I
just
mean,
talking about color. I
somebody
mean,
asked me why I entertain V Note. The reason that I entertain V Note is because he the only one brave enough to come over here, and then he also the only one brave enough to even provide a source. And then even though the source that he provide beat him up,
that's what I said. He tries. He just be wrong.
he's just all the way stupid.
But he's in the beginning of overcoming that, I think. Because the same thing he do is the same thing I used to do. And you used to yell at me. Well, you're way nicer to him.
That's why I got mad. Like I ain't doing nothing but talking to her again, asking the same dumbass question about fucking where the goddamn Neanderthal come from and where this come from, and you in the chat talking about
that's the same thing. That's why. That's why I knew what he was doing.
Be dumb like me. Be dumb like me.
That wasn't dumb.
I don't want to be the only one
now because I asked those questions. I asked those questions and I got the answers. So you want to know it, but you just don't understand it.
That dumbass nigga back.
He's trying to get it though.
I don't mean to.
I asked you. The first question I ever asked you was
having real smart people popping up. And I can't keep calling him the N word.
Right.
The N word.
That was what you found wrong. The N word, not the dumb part.
Nah, I said the N word. N word.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You found that wrong, not the dumb part.
Yeah,
like,
N word was wrong. Hold on, V Note. I'm writing something down. I'm handling business, bruh. Just sold 3 of them Frenchies, bruh. You know what I'm talking about?
You know
what I'm talking about?
Yeah, let me borrow $100.
Nope. I almost said something else.
That thing's expensive.
I had to watch what I say. I almost said something else. I almost did it. 9, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 9, 4. Cleo. Dog. Which dog is this? It's the Cleo dog. Oh, it's from me. What the fuck? What did I just do? Cleo. Yeah, this Cleo. What the fuck is this? This dog. Yeah. The registration and that. What is registration for? Cleo. We're going with this.
Vino, she got this.
Vino ain't got.
I would say just read the
He ain't trying to. He ain't trying to. He ain't got time to read. That's what I'm saying. Before I got on this jump, bro, for real, I was literally 203. Did I write that down?
Just read the things that's in the that he puts in the
description of the video, but he don't read though.
Sometimes it works. Because I didn't know a lot of this stuff, but I would ask a bunch of questions, but then he would make me read. I wouldn't suggest him making you read because he's annoying.
You can't.
You should read it yourself, and then
he can't read.
Understand it, or have it read it to you.
He too dumb. Can't read.
You can watch one of the things where I was reading.
He had tried to explain it like a 12-year-old. This shit was getting crazy. I'm like, how am I talking to a grown ass man like he 5? He back, y'all. The insane hour's back.
Yeah, man.
You should watch this back.
Nah, I ain't gotta watch this one back. This one, this one ain't nothing but a little. This ain't nothing but a
No, I'm
little
saying you
small
should
wire.
watch it
No, this
back.
ain't nothing but a
Watch
little.
your part back on here.
No, this ain't nothing but a
Watch
little
your part, the part
YMCA.
that you have on here.
No, this ain't nothing but a little
Watch your part back
YMCA
on here.
wreck. It ain't nothing but a
Watch it
little
back.
YMCA wreck.
Hey,
This
hey,
ain't even no.
Vino,
This ain't even
Vino,
no Thunder game.
Vino, read this right here, Vino. Read this right here. I know you can see the screen. You ain't going out without a fight. Read that right there. Right here. Spanish drafted almost all the documents that record. Read that, Vino.
Hold on.
Can you see it?
Hold on. Hold on. What did it say?
Right there on the screen.
No, but I'm doing something right now. I really can't even look at the screen right now. I'm kind of doing something. I'm just
You doing
listening and
something?
talking.
Okay. Honey Clark. Denise, read that for Vino.
Motherfucker ain't going in there.
Oh my
All right,
god.
all
You're not muted.
right, my bad.
Spaniards drafted almost all the documents that record maroon struggles in Panama. Only a precious few documents contain the voices of Maroons themselves, and those voices are meditated by the Spaniard, who no, I said meditated, mediated by the Spaniard who composed the actual document. Consequently, the primary views put forth by the accounts are those of the Spanish participants. Their views were not monolithic. Spaniards in Panama came to the region with very different experiences. Some may have come from regions in Spain with few Africans. Others may have come from communities like Seville that had been home to numerous enslaved and free Africans for over a century. Still, others may have had experience in Africa. You gotta
Hold
move
on.
it.
Let me scroll it down. My bad. My bad. My bad. Hold on. There you go. Keep on. Some.
Oh, some may have been raised alongside Africans and their descendants. Some worked closely with Africans, while others only saw them from a distance. Yet, despite differing experience with Africans, a shared set of cultural preconceptions and prejudices shaped how they wrote about Africans in marriage. The strategy of reading with the grain analyzes the sources for what they say. In other words, reading the narrative created by Spaniards. Reading in this way can be helpful because it allows us to understand the motivations that influence Spanish choices. It reveals how Spanish perceptions of Africans, prejudiced as they were, informed decisions and actions. Nevertheless, as scholars, we should be careful not to confuse what Spanish sources say about Maroons with historical reality. The Spanish sources comprise a narrative rooted in Spanish prejudices and expectations. To most Spanish observers, Africans were bestial, irrational, and vengeful. Others believed the Maroons wanted to destroy Spanish cities and enslave their residents. Understanding how the Spanish thought can help us understand the context of their actions and their choices they made. The task of gaining an awareness of what Spaniards thought requires carefully reading Spanish sources and slowly building a framework for understanding their claims and motivations. Yet, such windows offer into a poor view into the experiences of Maroons in the context of their choices.
It still don't change the fact that they found them.
Whoa. Where you go from?
Uh, well, first of all, you said what? You said they found them. Where did they find them at?
Panama.
No, these was Africans. These were Africans. So what you talking about? They didn't find Africans in Panama.
Oh, well then, but they was just the black people that was over here then.
No, you can't. You see how you try to change it up? You got
Hold
correct.
on, no,
No, no,
I ain't changing nothing up.
they're Africans. To a Spanish reader, the implication was that Africans were bestial and uncivilized. Yet, were Africans actually doing? They were fighting with African martial techniques. Come on. Don't make me go, bruh. All right. So let's just keep it. Let's keep it a thou wow. We read this to you the other day. I'm trying to help you out. Denise, what does this first two sentences or sentence say? Can you just read the first sentence, please? Denise.
Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors. Luflo de Alano, a free-colored companion of Balboa, participated in the first what does that say? Transisthmus crossing. As in other parts of the Americas, conquistadors owned slaves and frequently relied on enslaved persons to bolster the ranks of conquest campaigns. Keep going.
No, just that first paragraph. Can you read it one more time for me? I don't think we got the first sentence out. What happened with Africans?
Okay. Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors.
Who?
Nuflo de Alano, a free
No.
colored
What happened? What happened?
Nuflo de Alano,
No, what
a
happened?
free colored companion of Balboa. Well,
Can
they
you
entered
let me-
Panama with the Spanish conquistadors.
No, don't move off that point. What happened? The Africans did what? What the Africans do?
They entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors.
The
They
Africans
entered
did.
Panama
One more time, you lying to
alongside
me.
Spanish conquistadors.
So they ain't in Panama. They entered Panama on alongside of the Spanish. Is that what it says?
Yeah, but they just
No,
talking
I
about
didn't
something.
ask
They
you.
not talking about.
I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her. Cause you gonna lie. What does it say, Denise?
It says that the Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors.
So they entered alongside. So they wasn't there already?
Nah, they wasn't there already having war with the natives.
Oh, they wasn't there already because they entered alongside with the Spanish, meaning that's how they got to the Americas.
Yeah, that's them niggas. It was niggas already over here.
It wasn't no black people already over here. Because if they bringing Africans over here into the region, then they would have already seen people that looked like them, and then they would have already been able to relate to them instead of them people that was already here leaving where they were and fleeing to other places. They would have united with the black people that they saw over here and wrecked against the Spanish. Why are you sitting here trying to flip history?
They wasn't related to them. The only thing that they had related to them was the look.
Black people, bro. What happened when black people see other black people, bro? What happened? If
it's the look, but that don't mean that they was communicating the same.
Hold on. Listen to me before you answer. You in a all white school. You the only black person in this school that you know of right now until PE. Soon as you go outside for PE, you see 6 other black people. Are you gonna go play by yourself or go where the white people are, or are you gonna go where the black people are?
Man, this ain't recess.
No, answer
what you talking about?
Answer
this
my
is not
question.
Where the black people are.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question. You in the penitentiary. You getting acclimated in the penitentiary.
Why would I go with the black dudes that's hanging with the white boys?
Did I say black dudes was hanging with white boys? I never
I'm
said
saying
that. I said the black people are playing
if
by
they
themselves.
coming over here with the conquistadors, they with the white boys.
I said the black people were by themselves. They were by themselves. I said the white people were by themselves. The Mexicans, they're by themselves. You in the penitentiary. Where are you going? You ain't going with the Mexicans. You ain't going with the whites. You going over there with the blacks. We all know this. So why is you sitting here trying to lie, bro? I know he not gonna be honest. We all know where he gonna go.
I'm
We all know
saying,
where he gonna go.
no, I'm saying because you
No,
already saying is that
hold
the
on.
nigga.
Let me put him in the back. Let me put him in the back. My point is this, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who are catching the replay. If you see other, you just got brought here by the Spanish, enslaved on a ship on your way to a place you've never been before. You get off the ship, and if you see other black people, you're going to migrate toward or to the other black people. You're not going to hang around the Spanish. You're not going to do that. Your natural response in reality, your natural response as a human being on the place of this earth, you're going to gravitate to people who look like you. Is it right? Is it wrong? It's not up for a debate. But naturally, your instinct is to fall alongside of people that look like you because you may be familiar with them and they may be familiar with you. So it's easier for y'all to break the barrier and get to know one another. And you can formulate or come up with a plan to be like, hey, what you doing here? I'm doing this. What you doing here? I'm doing this. Yada, yada, yada. That's how you network. We've been networking like that for a long time. When people were on those ships and boats or on those plantations and they decide to riot and uplift and go against the grain, they got together with unfamiliar people to them to orchestrate the riots, the upheaval. You're going to do that. So if there's already black people here, why the freak are we not going toward these black people? Because they wasn't already here. And you don't want to tell the truth. Now go ahead and get your lie on, bro. Go on lie.
Yeah, just like I was saying, man, that okay, if they did bring over the blessings, how you just how
They
you
telling
just
you that they
hold on,
did.
no, man, let me get my because you
You
trying
know,
to
they
say
telling you that
because
they telling you that they did. They ain't no if
no,
they
you
did.
saying
They
because
telling
they
you that they did.
what that sort
Look
of
at the screen, bro. They telling you that they brought motherfuckers over here, bro. Look at the
yeah,
screen.
but yeah, you said that they brought them over
There's
here.
no yeah, but. You keep yeah,
How
butting.
did they bring them
There's
over?
no yeah, but. They brought them
How did
over
they?
here on the ships. There's no yeah, but. I made it biggest day on the screen. They telling
So,
you that they brought the black people over here.
so you saying that the conquistadors brought the
The
black
who?
people,
The
the
who?
con, the conquistadors
The who?
have the conquistador
The
nigga,
who? Who is that? The
nigga the explorer,
Conquistadors? The Conquistadors? The Conquistadors?
yeah, nigga the con artist, nigga.
Oh, the Conquistador. Say it. Conquistador.
And what my fucking keys go? Hey man, hey man, it was good tapping in. My foot out to tap out, man. If you still on later
Yeah,
on, I'll
you
tap
can tap
in.
your ass out.
But it was a good build though. We're gonna do
Man,
it.
tap your ass out. I ain't listening to you. Tap your ass out.
Yeah, tell me well, hold on real quick. Hold on.
Hold on real quick. Man, tap your ass out, bro. I don't handle your business.
Conquistador.
Yo. Hey, it's a lot of sound bites in this video today. I ain't gonna cap. No capital.
I just want the Afro people. I want to have AI imagine that. Afro bodies. Oh yeah, his whole thing is that people was here already in Panama when they came. Does he think Africans came over here?
Well, now he's saying, if you didn't hear him, he's saying that the people that was here, he's saying that them folk, right? Them folk was already here, and that the black people that was brought here from Africa is a different, it ain't the same people. It was already black people here before they even brought other black people here. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. And those black people he thinks are Native Americans?
Or the people that was here before the Native Americans. And then it goes back to my point, right? What I was making earlier. If the black people was already here, why we wasn't migrating to those black people and trying to form an alliance with them to overthrow the Spanish? Because we got a common enemy. We came over here enslaved and shackled. Why we ain't trying to overthrow that shit?
Because they eating with them, just like I say, whenever they was bringing the people over.
Who was eating with Spanish? Who was eating with Spanish?
The Latinos.
Go on and enjoy the rest of your evening, bro. I just put you in the back. Just go on and enjoy the rest of your evening. Because you absolutely have no information. These Africans that came with the Spanish didn't come here to eat with the Spanish, fool. They were enslaved by the Spanish. Look what it says. As in other parts of America, conquistadors owned slaves and frequently relied on enslaved persons to bolster the ranks of the conquest campaigns. Many Africans who arrived during the conquest era filled auxiliary positions, attending to their owners or overseeing their owners' economic interests. They were enslaved. They were in servitude.
Okay, so who is the 300 free people you was talking about?
Dino, we have a common enemy. Even the free, you can't even fathom that. You gotta deal with the first facts. Before the 300 free people, you gotta deal with the first facts. Is that we were all taken against our will and dropped off to an unfamiliar place that you saying that black people was already at, and we don't even get with the black people to formulate a plan to plot on the Spanish? We got a common enemy. You look like me, I look like you, bro. We got to go handle our business. But apparently, it wasn't that. According to your hypothesis, your uneducated ignorance. Because when them Africans got here, it wasn't no people that looked just like them. There was no alliance formed. So the people that they had here doing the work that the Africans was brought here to do didn't look like them. So there was no, even though they had a common enemy, them people was trying to get away. That's why the Belize became so predominantly full of Africans in the area. Because they kept going back to Africa and bringing people to this fucking area to do the work. And you had no idea of that, bro. Go handle your business, man. You keep making yourself look bad. All day you just been on showing people how dumb you are. And I apologize that this video is going to reveal that. Because that was not my intention. At all, bro. You just doing some monkey ass shit. And you can't help yourself. At all. Where is Denise at? Not a coincidence. You still in the chat, bro?
All right, here.
He don't know how the people got here, bro. The people that got here that was black, bro, was brought here by the goddamn Spanish. Period, point blank. We've been saying that shit. We've been saying it. Can you read this paragraph right here for me, please?
By the mid-15th. That one?
Yeah.
On the mid 1520s? Okay.
Hold on.
On the
So you
mid
telling
15.
me in 10 years?
Bro. Damn.
By the
Go
mid
ahead.
1520s, indigenous labor became so scarce that residents began to import native peoples enslaved during the conquest of Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico, and Peru. When indigenous slaves failed to meet labor needs, Spaniards began to demand enslaved Africans to bolster the available labor supply. In 1527, the crown authorized the sale of 1,000 Africans to the region to help support the construction of Panama City and to support entradas into the newly discovered region of Peru.
Say that again.
The whole thing.
1527. Okay.
Yeah, read it again. Nah, we was before 1527. She reading something else, bro. We can go right on back since you want to try to pick dates. We can go right back to the beginning of this shit. I got all the information. All of it. So I don't even know why you trying to sit here and play games. We can go right on back to it.
Yeah. So that means you got my information also, right?
You ain't got no information. You ain't got no
What my
information.
information would say?
Bruh, you ain't got no information. You keep talking about information, you ain't got none. What we talking about, bro?
Yeah, this right here is just proving my point more. You know what I'm saying? Because you still ain't debunked the fact that that they was all over here. Then you gonna say that within 10 years, but within 7 years, in 7 years that they wiped out the whole Panama country.
Nobody.
Uh,
Who said they
7
did what?
years.
Who said they did what? You don't
And
even
they
know
wiped
what
out the indigenous.
you don't even know what it you don't even know what led to that. You don't know what led to it. You keep on doing this. It
What you
says
mean
by
what
the mid.
led to it? Was
You
it
ain't
them
even
getting
reading because it don't even
overworking
say certain things.
diseases?
This how slow you are. You don't even read, bro. By the mid 1720s, indigenous labor became so scarce. It didn't say 7 years from 1520 to 1527. It said by the mid 1520s. It's giving you an example of what's transpired since the arrival of these motherfuckers, bro. Doing that work. I already mentioned this because the labor, you ain't even paying attention. The labor was so bad. Why was it bad? Why was it bad? Although quantitative data is scarce for early 16th century, various pieces of evidence suggest that Africans quickly became the primary laborers in many other regions' industries.
You
A
mean the
close
Africans died too from the labor? What you talking
Why the
about?
fuck, bruh? Did it say that Africans died from the labor? Did it say Africans died from the labor?
So, okay, so you saying that the
Do
Africans had
it
it good over
say
here? They wasn't
Africans
dying
died from the
at
labor?
all
Yes
over
or
here.
no? Do it
I don't give
say
a
it?
fuck what that damn paper say.
Do
Nigga, I'm
it
saying nigga that
say
the Africans niggas get fucked up, nigga. Nigga, you
Do
want to
it
act nigga
say
like these
that?
niggas had it good, nigga.
Do it say that? Do it say that? It don't say it. So why the fuck did you say it?
So you telling me that the Africans had it more good than the Africans?
No, motherfucker. They were more suitable to do the goddamn work than the people that was already here. And they told you that in
Man,
that
they not even
document.
from no goddamn nigga. That's how they gonna do
God,
some nigga
hey,
work on the
you
nigga.
know
These
what?
niggas ain't from
You
no
are.
damn nigga.
Hey, you
The
gotta
nigga what
listen.
you talking
You
about?
gotta
It's a whole
listen.
different
You gotta
terrain.
listen to learn. You have to listen to learn. Vino, you have to listen to learn. I just said that the Africans were more suitable to handle the workload because Africans were already used to doing the work in these climates, under these conditions. This strenuous work. So I don't even understand why you even assume what you're assuming. It's on the screen using evidence. These little numbers that you see right here provides the source information where we can go and verify that shit. And because you don't want to do that, because you handicapped and your ass don't know how to read, your ass just know how to cherry pick, you slow. I keep trying to help you get to where you're trying to go. But since you have a problem going in the right direction, now I'm going to scold you for being even more stupid. They had a damn enumerator in the area, counting how many goddamn Africans was in the region. This is how we knew how many Africans was free, how many worked certain type of jobs, and what was the description of those jobs. You had none of this evidence. None of it. You knew nothing about it. As far as you're concerned, when the Spanish got there, there was black people there, and they never said that. As far as you're concerned, when the Africans got there, it was black people already there. So why the fuck the Africans ain't talking about the goddamn black people that's already there? Make it make sense. Show after show after show after show after show for the last few months, bro. You've been showing a propensity to be illiterate and lack comprehension. It is important that we read so we don't end up looking like you, V-Note. You spent all that time in jail and your dumb ass couldn't open a goddamn book on history to help your ass. All you had was time on your hands. You didn't have to get up and go to no goddamn job. You didn't have to do shit. You was incarcerated. So why the fuck you couldn't goddamn understand and comprehend? You could have taught yourself how to comprehend what you're reading. You already read at a third grade level. Slow the fuck down even more and understand what words mean. Words have meanings. Fuck you think this is? They politely told you who was where when they got there. They didn't say everybody was gone. It was damn near scarce because the labor was extraneous. And the people that were already there began to flee into other parts of the Central America, going into other island areas and etc. to escape the work, to protect themselves. And some even died off. And that is why they brought in the goddamn Africans. And this is how we find out that there was 2,500 Africans over there with 300 of them being free. But we knew where they all came from. So by the time your dumbass misrepresentation of the source pulls up, Sir Francis Drake, when he pull up, he is already aware that there's Africans in the region. And they've been here for quite some time. Since the Spanish been bringing the motherfuckers here. You totally misrepresented that. And then you want to keep on arguing. Then you want to turn around and make a brunette argument. There's no kind of people on the face of this fucking earth that are called brunette people. You keep being stupid on purpose. I don't know if it's the weed you smoke or the situations that you've been in life. Honey Claude, you got something to say?
No, sir.
Say what you got to say.
I don't have anything to say.
I mean, what you say in the chat. Why don't you say that shit right now?
I don't have anything to say.
Defend V-Note.
Defend V-Notes.
Yeah, defend it. You say that he getting it, that he's learning, but I keep trying to give
I
you an example.
understand, but I think in this part, I think it's his belief is being challenged. Because he just had that whole breakout. Like my son, he's sitting here listening real quick, and when he started, I don't give a damn what that paper say, and da, 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 it's challenging a belief. And usually, when you challenge a belief, it comes with that, with like totally dismissing things because you want to believe in whatever it is you're believing in. So at this point, all that other stuff he can accept, archaic humans, he can accept everything else. But when it comes to this Panama thing, he's developed a belief and it's getting challenged by information. So you're shaking his foundation. So you have to know that when you shake somebody's foundation, um, that's going to be the reaction. That happens with Hebrews. It happens with what I'm saying. Anybody who has a pseudo foundation that they're kind of building on. Because if that goes, then what is it? You're gonna have to accept something else, a different explanation of the facts.
Do you remember the two types of maroonage that I told y'all about the other day that we discussed? Do
I
you
don't remember the
remember the
words.
types of
One was
maroonage?
short term and one was long.
They called it petite and grand.
Oh yeah, there you go. I didn't know the words, so I remember what it meant.
But my point is that they knew who the Maroons were. He also argued that the Maroons were indigenous people that, and we know the goddamn Maroons is from Africa. But here we are arguing the little shit, and he can't even fathom the fact that how wrong he is. Like, bro, listen, I'm gonna let you be wrong so I can embarrass you, or I'm gonna let you be wrong and then help correct you so that you can get this right information. Because ain't nobody else giving you no information, Bino. Nobody else giving you no information. Me and not a coincidence. That's the only two places that you ain't in the echo chamber where niggas is protecting your belief. Period, point blank. And you on here thinking that you know something and you don't know nothing, bro. You have no command of the subject matter, no matter what's being argued, to fully understand that the moment that I inject science into the conversation with you as it pertains to the first people that inhabited the Americas, the conversation over. Because you have no evidence. None whatsoever. And I only brought this shit up today just to fuck with you because I know that you can't get around the shit. You can't. Peep this. Maroon resistance cannot be divorced from their prior experiences in Africa. In the documents that follow, many African individuals appear with a given name, usually a Christian name, and a second name such as Congo, Biafra, and Zapi. We told you this before, and I just keep running it back to you. Them people in Belize, bro, them black people from Africa. They from Africa. And you can't say they aren't. You can't say they aren't. No evidence having ass.
The first show of Maroonish was in 1519.
No. The first example of grand maroonage. It's two types of maroonage. Did I not just explain that?
Okay,
Denise?
okay.
No. I'm asking Denise a question. Denise,
Yes.
did I just
Yes.
literally just not ask you if there was two different types of maroonage?
Yes. Grand and petite. You got it. Well, I got it. You 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 got it. You
Now, these Cimarroons that you want to keep on talking about, this is why I got that on the screen for you. The Spanish term Cimarron derives from a Taino word, Samara, meaning wild, savage, gone astray. In fleeing their encomendero, Enrique and his people became the first Maroons. Enrique fled to a mountainous region known as the Bajuco, his ancestral homeland. 2 years later, the first enslaved Africans rose up on a sugar estate owned by Diego Colon. Who the hell is that? A son of Christopher Columbus. While Spanish residents quickly mobilized a counteroffensive that claimed the lives of several Africans, most of the rebellious slaves joined Enrique and his people in the Baruca. Come on, man. You don't know this history. You don't. You have a belief. You want to hold on to the belief, and then you want to confuse the hell out of every goddamn body.
And they amputated their feet.
They did all kind of shit.
Hey, I do the Africans nowadays, whenever they go into different countries, they got to get shots.
Look at him. Yes, they do. They get vaccinated.
Why they got to get vaccinated?
They always get vaccinated. They get vaccinated because everybody has to get vaccinated coming into Africa, and everybody that's leaving up out of Africa, that's from Africa, they get shots coming up over here.
Why they got to get shots when they come over here?
You ever heard of malaria?
Why they got to get shots when they come over here?
Everybody do when you traveling abroad. They want to make sure that you've been vaccinated, so you don't bring in no goddamn disease, viruses that are uncommon where they from. That's why people have to be vaccinated.
Okay, so they coming over here to not bring a disease.
Oh, everybody has to. Everybody, Europe, China, Japan, Korea.
But you saying that the African,
everybody,
but you saying that. But you saying that the African is only getting vaccinated to not bring a disease?
Don't limit it to Africa because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Diseases are all over the world.
Okay.
And it is those governments and those societies and those countries around the world on those continents to protect itself and its people against foreign pathogens that may enter the country from people visiting and traveling. That's why your dumb ass got to have a malaria shot before you go to Africa, because malaria is so common in West Africa that it don't even faze the West Africans over there because they have grown immune to malaria. But when people come from other countries into different parts of West Africa, they have to be vaccinated.
It's just West Africa. It's just West Africa.
No, man, I'm being specific.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. The whole world.
Okay, it's everywhere.
You want to go out of the state. If you want to go out the country, they will have a list of vaccines
that you gotta have.
Going to different places.
Right.
And they're gonna have the same thing coming from there out.
He's never been outside Oklahoma.
Right. Okay.
He's been like 2 other places outside.
Right. Okay. So so you telling me that
you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
So what you telling me that the Africans is coming from? You telling me that the Africans is?
I'm telling you don't know what you're talking about.
You telling me that the Africans that don't live in the tropicals, they don't live in the tropical world.
Sound on.
They don't live in the tropical world.
Sound on.
And they coming over here to a new country where they not getting no shots. They not getting no shots or nothing like that. And they coming over here and they surviving more than the people. They surviving more than the people that's already from here, but the people that's from here die from diseases. All right, but I'm tapping that, man. I gotta go.
Which Africans that you don't even know what the fuck you talking about? The old world diseases were older than the new world shit. They wasn't as deadly to the old world people that entered the new world. What in the flying fuck is wrong with you, bro?
That makes sense.
Fuck is wrong with you, bro?
They don't have any understanding.
Just out here making up shit. I never seen such stupidity in my life. I'm taking my people out of my wild.
Well, what do they think about like um immunities and different things that happen in other parts of the world that weren't?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just under the belief that they don't know. He just making up shit. 'Cause he don't know. Yeah, and that's sad. Even though you sitting here and you telling him, he still don't know. And that man came up here and asked that dumbass question and then left.
Because he thought it made sense.
Right.
He thought that was a good question. Like why did the people who were here die off, but other people didn't?
Right. We're dumb, bro. Never seen that before.
Are you doing something, Sean?
I sure am. Why?
Because you sound like it.
If you can. I'm minding my business. I ain't seen the dumb shit before ever.
Okay, like
Yeah, I don't get it. He just, I'm finna end this shit though.
have a good day, people.
Yeah, good day,
I'm
people.
honey from the bar loaded.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man. Appreciate y'all tapping in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all take care, man. Peace out.